Hello.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. So
Good
we
morning.
we are live on YouTube from Mega Madam's YouTube channel itself. I've
Okay.
shared the link of that YouTube channel with Mega Ma'am too. Uh, Ma'am is here, I guess.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hello, good morning.
Good
Am I
morning,
audible?
ma'am. Good morning. Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Yeah. So, Jamin sir, you're here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I can see it's online. I mean,
Yeah, live
live
on
streaming.
YouTube
Yeah.
channel. Yes. So
Just make Rukmini host.
okay, fine. So I'm making
And
my host, and then Rukmani Madam, you can make multiple co-hosts as you want.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Rukmini, make me co-host, fine?
Yes, ma'am.
After
Okay,
me.
what I'll do is I'll just make you co-host first, and then I'm making her host. Okay. Done. So now Rukmani Madam is co-host and no, sorry, Mega Madam is co-host and Rukmani Madam is the host.
Okay.
And there are people
Okay,
in the
sir.
waiting room. Just check it out once. So probably everything is sorted.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Rukmini, just let them in.
Okay. Shall I leave, ma'am? Or
Yeah, yes, sir.
okay.
Yes,
Thank you
ma'am.
so much, sir.
I'm.
If any problem, I will call you, huh, sir?
ठीक है. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Chalo, all the best. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Rukmini, ma'am?
Ma'am, if
Yeah.
you want to record it, just record it. At the bottom, there will be a button for recording the meeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rukmini, ma'am, do that or I
Okay,
will do.
ma'am. Ma'am, is it necessary to record because we are already
Yeah, we
live?
can, no, we can have the
Okay,
recordings as
ma'am.
well. Yes, sir,
Okay,
Gurmeet
ma'am.
sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Rukmini ma'am, those who are presenting, make them co-host and just
Yes,
keep
ma'am.
3 co-host empty, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
For Sangeeta ma'am, for Karuna ma'am and Ashwini.
Ashwini, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
And I'm sending the YouTube link. You send it to across in the Telegram group.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Or afterwards we will send. What should we do?
If you want, we can send it now or afterwards also will do. No problem, ma'am. Like 9:30 we are starting, you know. So,
9:30 we will send. I will send in the
yeah,
group.
ma'am. Yeah,
Thakur
ma'am.
grade में डाल रही हूँ, fine?
Okay, ma'am.
Good morning, Megha ma'am. Good morning, professors.
Good morning, Kinnari.
Good morning, Sangeeta ma'am.
Good morning,
Good
Dr.
morning, ma'am.
Megha.
Very good morning.
ह्याच्यात आवाज नाही येत.
Good morning, madam.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yes, Anju ma'am and Pal ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
So I think we should start now.
Okay, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
anchors, please present.
Shall I, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
A very good morning to our esteemed speakers, dignitaries, Honorable Principal Dr. Megha Gokhe ma'am, respected professors, and all the participants. I, Ms. Shreya Mishra, host for the webinar session 1 and a trainee teacher of FYB, would like to welcome you all on behalf of Thakur Sham Narayan College of Education and Research for our today's multidisciplinary national webinar on innovative and interactive approach in education, a global trend. As rightly said by Brain Herbert, the capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill, but the willingness to learn is definitely a choice. So appreciating the willingness of all the active learners present here, let's start with our today's webinar. I request Mrs. Krupa Modi to conduct and prayer as a mark of purity and peace. Over to you, Krupa.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to request our Honorable Principal, Dr. Megha Goki ma'am, our respected dignitaries, and our lovely participants to kindly join us for lighting of the lamp. Now, I would like to request everyone to kindly join your hands for the prayer. Thank you, everyone. Now, I would like to
Thank you, Krupa. Thank you so much. It was really very soothing. On this positive note, now I invite Assistant Professor of TSCR, Mrs. Alpa Yadav ma'am, for the college introduction. Over to you, Alpa ma'am.
Thank you so much, Shreya. Good morning, everybody. My name is Alpa Yadav. I'm Assistant Professor at Thakur Shyam College of Education and Research. Please give me a minute to share my screen. Is my screen visible to all?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am, it is.
Thank you so much for confirming. So once again, good morning, everyone. I am Assistant Professor Alpa Yadav. I welcome you all to the multidisciplinary national webinar organized by Thakur Shyam College of Education and Research. TSCER was established in 2008 as a part of Thakur Educational Trust with a broad objective of lending a helping hand towards the welfare of the society and is one of the most trusted names affiliated to University of Mumbai. Our mission is to provide outstanding educators and researchers through the art of teaching, learning, and research. We thank our founders of Thakur Education Trust, Honorable late Shri Ram Narayan Singh Ji and Honorable late Shri Shyam Narayan Singh Ji. We thank our chairman, Sir V.K. Singh Ji, and other members of Thakur Educational Group. Our sincere gratitude to our in-charge trustee, Shri Rakesh Singh Ji, for being our guiding light. Our campus is well equipped with all modern facilities and has a big resource in the form of our library, which is regularly updated and is well equipped. All the staff and students of TSCER work under the able guidance of our principal ma'am, Dr. Megha Gokhe. Our teaching team consists of highly motivated and sincere educators. They are Dr. Megha Gokhe, Dr. Anju Chaplot, Mrs. Porum Patel, Mrs. Payal Batavia, myself, Ms. Alpa Yadav, Ms. Rukmini Yadav, Mr. Sahib Rao Wankhede, and Mr. Nitin Jain. We conduct expert talks, seminars, and webinars all through the session, keeping in mind the changing times and need for constant development. Some of these are expert talk on higher education in US, teaching methodologies, nutritious food practices, webinar on international teaching internship, personal effectiveness, cybercrime awareness, personality development, Google advertisements, educational GIFs and videos, Tata Class Edge workshop, importance of French, OneNote online teaching ICT tool, workshop on Gandhiji's Nai Talim experiential learning, national seminar in collaboration with University of Mumbai, Thane sub-campus, combating sexual harassment, yoga and self-defense workshop, Dowry Prohibition Act, stress detoxification mantra, virtual yoga day celebration, inclusive teaching strategies and resources, workshops on experiential lesson, multidisciplinary learning, mind mapping, educational GIFs, SAP activity on water management, guest lecture on educational management, demo lectures. We also had demo lectures by our alumni during the last year. We train our student teachers to be well equipped to face interviews. We also hold placement interviews where our students always perform well and get good teaching jobs with high salaries. Celebration and learning goes hand in hand at TSCER. We do not miss out on opportunities to celebrate, be it national festivals or regional festivals or occasions like graduation ceremonies. We give equal importance to celebrating health and talent through Sports Day and annual day. Last year, we also celebrated our freshers party online, where we exchanged virtual snacks with one another and played some games. We also conducted virtual assemblies on various topics of relevance. We conducted outdoor educational visits to enhance students' learning experience. We went to Prince of Wales Museum, RBI Museum, Pagoda, to name a few. Competitions are an essential part of our healthy culture. We strive to be better each day and test ourselves by participating and conducting various inter and intra-college competitions. We proudly say that our students constantly win accolades and make us feel privileged. On this note, I welcome you all from TSCER all over again, and thank you for joining us today. Thanks a lot. Over to you, Shreya.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request our Honorable Principal, Dr. Megha Gokhe, ma'am, for a welcome address to all on behalf of Thakur Sham Narayan College of Education and Research. Over to you, Megha, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. It's a glad welcome we bring to you this morning, filled with the desires, hopes, dreams of all of us shared. Respected honorable dignitaries, Dr. Sangeeta ma'am, welcome. Also, Dr. Karuna Sinha ma'am, I welcome with my deepest gratitude. Respected our in charge trustee, Shri Rakesh Singh ji, all other dignitaries, all the other participants, and my colleagues, and all my dear students. Thakur Educational Trust was established in the year 1990 with the broad objective of lending a helping hand towards the welfare of the society. Thakur Educational Group has established in the year 1990 with the broad objective of lending a helping hand towards the welfare of society. Thakur Educational Group has established itself a very good educational group in Mumbai in a very short span. We make a living by what we get. We make life by what we give, as said by Winston Churchill. It's been 13 glowing years of contributing to the society with an effort of making effective teachers. The college has achieved many feats and climbed new heights in this past years. It allows us to make our students, teachers, globally active and ready for national as well as international boards. Ever since the commencement of the college, we are giving greater emphasis on the various learning experiences, such as the lifelong learning. We also have our DLLE extension activities in line. Also, teacher participates in the extension activities and all the other intercollegiate workshops, seminars, webinars, internationally, locally, and state level. To match our vision and mission, all activities are encouraged by the management, and we are geared up to welcome the new academic year 2022-23. We strive for excellence in everything we do. We provide a learning environment that allows every student to thrive as an individual. The process of development becomes more interactive. Intensity and continuity of effort is important in talent development for our students to maximize their potential at school and colleges. Today, we are here for our national webinar. Teaching is not merely a profession. It is a lifelong journey in discovery of knowledge and self. The transition of our economy from developing to developed is only a matter of time. We, the teacher educators, have a role to play in shortening this time by creating a pool of generation by bringing changes in education system much needed. We all realize the need for change and are constantly thriving at personal, institutional, and national level for making this transition to take place. We, the teacher educators, have always shouldered our responsibility to bring the changes and contribute in national development for ages. Our history speaks about the role of teacher, educator, who have from time to time risen to the occasion and went beyond their syllabus and curriculum to build a unified and glorious India. Teacher educators are responsible for executing vision and objectives set by the educational department through national education policy based on needs of society. So as we gathered all together here for multidisciplinary national webinar, innovative and interactive approaches in education, a global trend. We have amongst us Professor Dr. Sangeeta Banga, ma'am. I welcome you, ma'am. Dean Academics, Manav Rachna University, Faridabad, Haryana, as a keynote address speaker. For session 1, we have blended approach in teaching and learning. We will be having Dr. Ashwini Karvande ma'am, Associate Professor, Department of Education, University of Mumbai, Maharashtra. Also for session 2, we have among us Dr. Karuna Sinha ma'am for the creative and interactive approach in teaching learning. Good morning and welcome, Karuna ma'am.
Thank you, Megha ma'am. Very good morning. Very good morning to all of you. Thank you, Megha ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. She is Associate Professor from Hansraj Jivandas College of Education, Mumbai, Maharashtra. Our heartfelt gratitude to Shri Rakesh Singh ji, who is in charge trustee of TSCER, and all the trustees for having provided with an infrastructure to allow us to put in and always motivating and inspiring us for giving our best efforts as a humble contribution to education in society. So I welcome all of you again for the same. Thank you. Have a wonderful ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, over to you, Shreya.
Okay, I'm here. I'll be talking about good morning to everyone. I'm Anju Chaplod and I'll be talking about the details of the webinar. So once again, a very good morning to the esteemed resource persons of the day, respected Principal Dr. Megha Gokhe, my valued colleagues, respected participants of various states of the nation, TSCER alumni, TSCER second year and first year students, and all the respected participants. A warm welcome. It is always assumed that teaching profession is a cakewalk. But let me raise the question, is it so? I'm sure that you all are not agreeing with the statement that teaching is a cakewalk. Yes, very true. Teaching is a complex process where for each class, the teacher has to work effectively for excelling to educate the learners. And for doing so, it is rightly said by Frederick William Robertson, the true aim of everyone who aspires to be a teacher should be not to impart his own opinions, but to kindle minds. This means that when a contemporary global teacher practices innovative approaches in teaching learning, it sparks the curiosity amongst the learners to freely explore and accumulate the new learning experiences. Also, interactive learning assists the teacher to integrate both face-to-face and e-learning. This encourages collaborative learning amongst the learners in a flexible and self-paced environment. Thus, practicing innovative and interactive approaches is the need of the global education. Considering this today, TSCER has organized multidisciplinary national webinar on the theme Innovative and Interactive Approaches in Education, a Global Trend. To conclude, we certainly believe this webinar will enlighten us with the in-depth understanding of using innovative and interactive practices that will be applied by all of us in our teaching learning process. With this, once again, a warm welcome to each of the participants for this national webinar. Thank you so much. Shreya, please continue.
Yeah, thank you, Anju ma'am. I'm sorry for the network issue. Okay, we all learners are very much excited, ma'am, for the webinar. And so I invite Assistant Professor of TSCER, Mrs. Forum Patel, ma'am, for the introduction of our keynote address speaker, Dr. Sangeeta Banga, ma'am. Over to you, Forum, ma'am.
A very good morning to one and all present here. A woman of substance is a woman of power, a woman of positive influence, and a woman of meaning. This quote suits the best to our today's keynote speaker, Professor Sangeeta Banga, Madam, Dean Academics, Manav Rachna University. I'm feeling extremely honored to introduce Madam to all. Professor Sangeeta Madam obtained a master's in chemistry with a specialization in organic chemistry from the Department of Chemistry, University of Roorkee, which is now IIT Roorkee. Having qualified GATE, she pursued her MTech in Polymer Science and Technology from IIT Delhi. She obtained her PhD from Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies in the area of alternative fuels, biodiesel. Professor Sangeeta, ma'am, has 22 years of vast experience in teaching and research. Madam worked with an industry dealing in additives for a year in product development. She began her career in teaching as a lecturer at Lingayas Institute of Technology and Management in 2001. Her academic activities include various important roles she performed. She joined Manav Rachna Educational Institution in 2004 as a senior lecturer, and since then has served the organization in various roles such as BTech coordinator, head of the mechanical department, and dean of students and welfare of the university, and currently the dean of engineering faculty and dean academics of the university. As a member of organizing committees, Professor Sangeeta Madam has successfully organized the Green Chemistry Workshop and Conference of the Chemistry Department in association with Green Chemistry Network Center. Madam has invaluable contribution in the field of educational research also. She has several publications in journals of national and international repute to her credit. She has edited books, published book chapters, and has authored 2 books on engineering chemistry. Her current research work is in biofuels. In addition to her core area of chemistry, she has keen interest in student-centric learning, applying interactive teaching methodologies, and evaluating its impact for further improvement. So her achievement is endless. This will be a golden opportunity to listen to such an eminent personality for all of us. So without wasting much of our time, let me welcome Professor Sangeeta Madam in our today's webinar. Welcome, Sangeeta ma'am. Now the stage is yours, ma'am. Yeah, thank you so much,
ma'am, for such
so
a
much,
nice introduction. And good morning, everyone. First of all, obviously, I would like to convey my regards to Thakur Shyama Narayan College of Education and Research and the organizing team and Dr. Megha Gokhe for giving me this opportunity to be part of this webinar and to express my views on this topic that is actually the need of the today's education system. So give me just a second, I'll share my screen and then I'll start.
Thank you, ma'am, and welcome again. Yeah, thank you. I hope my screen is visible. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I'll put it in slideshow. So thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. And as rightly said by everyone, that today this interactive and innovative teaching pedagogy as per our new education policy also, this is very much required, and this is a global trend, and without this, we cannot move ahead. So when today the entire academic fraternity is discussing about the outcome-based education, skilled graduates with 21st century skills, or as we want our workforce to be ready for the jobs for tomorrow, without having this interactive or innovative teaching pedagogy, or going with just rote learning in our academic system, this will be a dream to come true. So it is very important for us as educationists, as academicians, to go for these innovative pedagogies, interactive pedagogies, and make our workforce ready for the jobs of tomorrow. And we should not be evaluating our students simply on the basis of grades. So this is very nice platform to discuss about all such pedagogies and make people aware about these things. So many of us must have felt most of the time that when our kids were going to schools, they are either not interested in going to the school, or they are disinterested in particular subject, whereas few subjects or teachers are their favorite ones. And therefore, they don't want to miss that class. So the reason for this, we have to find out why the student was not, why our kids were not preferring to go to the school, or why they liked one teacher or one subject the most. That means there was some difference in the pedagogy, the way the subject was being delivered, or the teacher were making it interesting or not. So as teacher, it is our duty to make the learning and an enjoyable experience for our students. As teacher, most of the times we are focused on just completing our syllabus, but we forget about the actual learning the students can have from these sessions. So it's learning that matters a lot, not what teacher is teaching, but how it is being delivered, how it is being taught. So if I define education, what is the meaning of education? It is being explained in different ways. It can be called as educare, which means to bring up, to rise, and to nourish. So child has to be brought up like a plant in the garden by the teacher. Or it is also called as educare, which means to lead out, to draw out, to bring out. So each and every child has innate powers, and these innate powers of the child should be properly cared, given scope to develop. It should be researched and develop proper creativity for his or her development. This is also, education also means educatum, which means act of teaching or training. Education is something which is imposed from outside. It is external growth through activities and experiences. The teacher through education provides instructions and gives directions to mold his abilities. So it is also called as, there are many more definitions, and E plus duco, where E means out of and duco means to lead. So the child has inherited potentialities that are inborn, and it should be developed, but how and by whom? It is possible through education and by the active cooperation of teacher. So teacher plays very important role. Another definition is educators, which means again to bring up, rear, educate. Educatio, which means breeding or bringing up, rearing, etc. So there are many definitions, and I can go to others as well. But if we look at education, what education means to us, education means to mold, but when we are molding, that it becomes teacher-centered learning, or we want our students to come up with their creativity, develop their creativity. So to lead out or to bring, that means student-centered learning. So what kind of education we are focused on, that is very, very important. Either we want to mold the child or we want to develop his or her creativity. So what is the focus of the education? The focus of education has either teacher's perspective or student's perspective. And actually, where does the learning happens? If I look at the population of a class, every class has a diverse population, because in every class there are students with different level of understanding and from different backgrounds. They have different learning needs. We cannot expect from a monkey to swim or from a fish to climb the tree. So they have different abilities and they should be treated differently. Similarly, if we have a class size of 40, every student has different needs, and it's the role of a teacher to identify those needs. So it is highly unfair to expect similar performance from all the students of class, and it is the responsibility of teacher to take care of these needs of this diverse population and make the learning actually happen. So if I go to the ancient times, what was the education during our ancient times? There were gurukuls, there were Guru Shishya Parampara. And students were living in close proximity to the Guru. In the Gurukul, students would reside together as equals, irrespective of their social standing. They learn from the Gurus and distribute work amongst themselves to help the Guru in his or his day-to-day life. And some of the advantages of this ancient Gurukul system were that it focused on the all-round development of the student, like science, physical, mental abilities. There was interaction between students and teacher, which was more as compared to the present day system. The classrooms were actually the natural environment, which helps students to keep toward nature, keep them very healthy. Students could have a practical idea on how each thing functioned differently on this planet. So there are few such ancient Gurukul methods that I feel that even in today's modern era of education system, we need to implement. The first Gurukul method is knowledge related to life. What does it actually mean? If I go back to the ancient system, back then, the bookish knowledge was not everything. The students were asked to step out in the real life more often and learn things by talking to the people from different walks of life. Interaction with both teachers and people with experience both matter thoroughly. Today, when technology is slowly eating our ancient educational belief and values, it has become very much important, and it is required that a proper face-to-face interaction should be established between teacher and the student, and more interaction is required. And how we can bring this more interaction in our classrooms, it is only possible through interactive learning techniques. The another ancient educational method that we want to have in our modern education system is self-care. During ancient times, education system also ensured that along with the student's physical health, the pupil should also take care of himself or herself. They were taught about the techniques of self-care, and it was also ensured that the student should be able to survive in the extreme conditions. So all those trainings were provided to them, right from designing a hut, creating the environment, cooking and everything. If they are left in the forest, how to survive on their own. That was very much important for them to learn. So this kind of self-care was also being, education in self-care was also being provided. And the third important thing is the active and regular discussion, which we need to bring to our classrooms. If I talk about the places like Takshila Vishwavidyalaya, the educational houses like Takshila, they have encouraged active discussions or debates between the students and scholars. Now, in today's educational institutions, the debates have simply become the competitions. And those competitions, there are few participants in these debates, competitions being organized by the institutions. So regular and active discussion on theoretical topics related to academics and the current happenings may increase the level of awareness and inculcate a desire to put forward their point of view in front of the audience. So the education system of ancient times were focused on imparting skills as per the abilities of the student. Every student was considered different. That was the kind of education system that we had, and we need to bring these techniques, methodologies in the current system as well. During those ancient times, the development of transversal competencies was very, very important also. And this had been priority since ages. Its importance has subdued to a large extent, and the learning is in the school has got distorted by aligning it simply to the marks that our students are scoring in the board examinations. So the importance of transversal competencies has been stated by the great 19th century social reformers and educationalists like Sri Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar ji, Sri Aurobindo Tagore, and others. For the integral expansion of human personality, Rabindranath Tagore ji believed that spiritual education is more important than the bookish knowledge. Gandhi ji advocated education to foster forbearance, tolerance, and reverence in one's character, which in turn nurture values and ethics. The modern education system, planned and prescribed in independent India, also championed the importance in the curricula, but sadly, perhaps not practice the same with required vigor. Understanding of old is vital if one is planning to ring in the new. The word of education is basically in the flux, and it needs continual evolvement and renewal of strategies. It has been actually realized by the educationists and thinkers that the global citizens of tomorrow, who are students today, will need to master certain competencies that promote the development of problem-solving abilities, decision-making, ability to negotiate successfully through the real-life challenges. These competencies cannot be tabulated in the finite fashion, as they will keep on changing. They'll be dynamically evolving with newer challenges. So we can't fix these competencies today and say that they are relevant tomorrow as well. They may change as per the situations of tomorrow. If we go down the memory lane, we will recall many of the movies that are memorable and have inspired us. They were based on teachers and professors who have used innovative teaching methods and transformed the lives of their students. Three Idiots is one such example. We all have seen this movie many a times. Such innovations possibly happened only on the screen then, but today, thanks to the technology, teachers around the world have reinvented their delivery methodologies by using several tools that are making learning adaptive, inclusive, and dynamic. Effective and relevant teaching can be of great benefit when the educators keep experimenting and applying different pedagogical techniques and approaches, curriculum enhancement, course design, assessments that are contemporary and create a roadmap for students to self-correct. Keeping in mind the 21st century skills that our graduates must have, every teacher must adopt innovative approach to teaching to keep the children continuously engaged in the classes for learning and understanding. This will involve unlearning, relearning, all or much of what has been useful in the past. So till many of the years, we were focused on teacher-centered learning approach. So why teacher-centered learning approach was adopted so much in the past, and now we are talking about the student-centric learning. These are some of my thoughts why teacher-centered learning approach was adopted. As I have to cover more topics in my syllabus, if my syllabus is not covered, my feedback will not be good. So there are certain constraints of the system, and it was mandatory for syllabus to be covered, and I was going fast. I was not bothered about the learning that students are having. I want to control my students. Students were not involved. It was one side monotony. Teacher is delivering, but not focused on the learning. The assessment methods were simply rote learning was preferred. Teacher remained as one of the authority in the class. There was lack of awareness in the interactive teaching methods for the teachers. Someone has built the system for a lower task. So whether actually teacher is playing the role of a facilitator, they were aware of that role? I don't think so. So not essentially teacher-centric. I'm not aware that I'm which kind of pedagogy I'm using. So actually, these could be some of the reasons. There are many more reasons, but I have just listed out some of the reasons why this teacher-centered learning was adopted in previous years. So if we look at a student has not to learn just from the teachers. The learning can happen anywhere, anytime. You learn from your own experiences, you have some prior knowledge, and based on that, you have some experiences. Student is learning from the family, peer, educators. So learning is happening from so many places. If I look at the teacher-centered learning, I told you that teacher is playing the major role. There's a class of student and teacher is sharing his or her knowledge and experiences. Whereas if we talk about the student-centered learning, it is now the collaborative form. The knowledge is being created by collaboration between teacher and student. It is not just the teacher is sharing his or her experience, but experiences are created, knowledge is created when there is collaboration between the students and between teacher and students. So why we should go for student-centric education or student-centric learning? It makes students the integral part of the academic learning community. So when we are going for student-centric learning, it encourages students to think for themselves. Their analytical skills, critical thinking skills are developed. Research-led teaching becomes a possibility. Cooperation among students helps in building confidence. Self-value enhancement is there. They will participate in development of research, and passionate students may choose to become teachers of future also. They become more independent and responsible in learning. So when we are doing student-centric learning, student own the responsibility of his or her own learning. And they become adaptable to life even after higher education, because today the things are changing so fast. So if they have to grow in their career, they have to move ahead, they have to keep on learning, they have to become lifelong learners. And that is only possible if we are going for student-centric learning, not the teacher-centric learning. So it enables learning effectively, teamwork, written and verbal communication, prioritization of tasks, critical analysis, all these skills are enhanced. And we all know, as teacher educators, you all know that the cone of learning is basically this. We all know that if we are simply reading, we are telling, obviously the retention is less, but if we are watching something, we are presenting something, we are dramatizing something, the retention is much, much better. So this is the cone of learning that we all know about. So when we teach others or we do the practicals, we do the discussions, these are active learning. But when we do demonstrations, we do reading, we do lecturing, it is a passive learning. And active learning is always better as compared to passive learning, because the retention is much, much better in case of active learning. Now, these are some of the benefits of the innovative teaching approaches. If I talk about the benefits of these approaches, is that it involves creativity and makes learning interesting. Through innovative technologies, methods, children can explore the world and fulfill their curiosity. Innovative learning is more engrossing through technology, as keeps the children focused versus in the classroom where they may get distracted. So technology make them more focused. We all know that our kids are so much engrossed in the mobile phones and laptops nowadays. But if you ask them to be there in the class and listen to the lectures, they'll be more distracted. They are less focused there. So innovative approaches, it helps collaboration much easier between the student and teachers, parents, and communication is much, much better. Students can learn early on as they build technology-based skills. One of the example here is that at Manodashna, we every year have one competition which we call as InnoSkills, where students from schools to higher education, there are competitions for them, there are technical competitions from them, they are asked to present their project ideas. So 2 years back, before the COVID, when we were having this InnoSkill, in the month of April, we organized this competition on our Founders Day of celebrations. Class 5 student came with a project, and it was a physics project. And he explained the concept of Ohm's law, what resistors are, what capacitors are. These concepts are being otherwise delivered in class 9 to the students, but a class 5 student was explaining these concepts because he has worked on that project. He has learned all the fundamental concepts on his own. So when we work on a project, when we use these student-centric learning techniques, students learn very early because they build technology-based skills there. So learning is much, much faster and early learning takes place. It also reduces the need of textbooks for the students. Faster and more effective delivery of sessions also takes place for the teacher. And innovation in teaching besides technology also includes areas of child psychology, learning theories, and different teaching methods. I'll be talking about this also through some of my examples that we have been practicing at our university. So apart from these innovative pedagogies, approaches, teachers should also focus on STEAM, because that is the requirement of 21st century skills. Without STEAM, obviously, we cannot develop the 21st century skills. If an engineering student is working on a project and he's not aware about the social needs, he is not solving these societal problems with the help of his project, this project is useless then. And we need to acknowledge the need of individual, because every individual is different and their interest could be different. We need to focus on the soft skills and practical education of the students, because that will help them to grow further in their career. And we need to use the analytics as well. Like for businesses, we do the business analysis, we do the brand analysis. For our students also, we use the students' data. We need to analyze this data, and accordingly, we should take decisions for their development. So analytics is very much important for teachers to do if they are doing the analysis of students' performance, how different students are performing. They can understand their abilities, and accordingly, they can provide the desired. Now, some of the innovative teaching strategies I'm going to talk about. Many of you know about these teaching strategies, but a few we have used in our classes. So I'll be sharing some examples from there as well. So some innovative teaching strategies like inquiry-based learning. We all know that this inquiry-based learning is basically one of the most powerful teaching strategy in the classroom, because research tells us that students learn best when they construct their own meaning. This learning triggers students' curiosity. Teacher only act as a facilitator here, and learning process is much faster. Here, I'll give you one example. I teach one subject to my MSc student, and it is organic chemistry. I teach them in the MSc second semester. And the topics are like addition reactions, elimination reactions, all these kind of reactions they have studied to some level in class 12. But when they do their undergrad, obviously they do it in detail. Now, if they're coming to me in MSc and they have to study the same topic, as I told you that there is a diverse population in the class. Some of these students have done this addition reactions to a higher level, and some have lower level of understanding. Now, how can I make my class interesting for the students who are of the higher level? Obviously, I have to deliver the fundamental concept to look at the needs of the students who have basic understanding, but not the higher level of understanding. But I have to look at the interest of the higher level students also. So what I did in my class, that I delivered all the concept, I made them learn. So for those who were having the high level of understanding, it was a mere revision for them. But I gave them, all of the students, I gave one assignment. And I asked them, okay, you make your own groups. I am not making your groups. And I want you to look at last 3 years research papers and find out where in the research the addition reactions have been used. What kind of addition reaction was used based on the understanding we have developed in the class. And you have to present it. So all the groups came with some or the other research. They went through the last 2-3 years research paper, and they were able to understand how we are applying, what are the applications of these reactions, how in pharmaceutical industry, paint industry, polymer industry, these addition reactions, the basic concepts that we have studied, they have basically applications in that. Or earlier the solvent used was different. Now we have changed the solvent to decrease the cost or make it more environment friendly. So these things they have understood, which I cannot teach them in my class, or if I would have delivered them, they would not have developed those understanding. And the best part of this was that there was one topic that I was supposed to deliver in my class. It was not delivered till the time they made the presentation. They understood that concept on their own through this research-based method, through this inquiry-based method. Now, what I did for the second time, first time I asked them to make their own groups. And what was my analysis, that one partner was silent, another was more delivering the more, they were more confident. So second time I reshuffled the group, and I have asked them that now those two who were not talking much, they'll be in the same group, and they have to come up with the next problem that I've assigned to them. So I want everyone to speak. That has improved their presentation skills. They have their confidence will improve. Obviously, they'll go to the research papers. They'll search for the applications of the concepts that has been delivered to them in the class. And they will be able to correlate, integrate these concepts to the various applications. Similarly, if I talk about the project-based learning, that is another innovative teaching strategy. Research confirms that project-based learning is an effective and enjoyable way to learn. It develops deeper learning competencies required for success in their college, career, and civic life. It uses real-life scenarios, challenges, and problems to engage students in critical thinking, problem-solving, teamwork, and self-management. PBL basically uses collaboration, digital tools, problem-solving skills to come up with a solution to the problem that is being presented, and why so many educators are interested in using this method in their teaching pedagogy because it makes the class more engaging, it improves their learning, it provides opportunity to the students to use technology, it makes teaching more enjoyable and rewarding, and it connects the students and schools with communities and the real world. Here, I would again like to share one example. At Manav University, for our engineering student last year, we introduced PBL in our courses. So it was asked that in one of the course every semester, the course has to be delivered in PBL mode. There we provided flexibility to our faculty, and they were told that it is not mandatory for them that if they have to deliver 3 lectures and 1 tutorial in a week, they have to deliver in that way only. Initially, if they are feeling that they have to deliver all lectures, they can deliver and build the fundamental concept. And later on, when they feel that no, only 1 lecture in a week is sufficient, they can go for that. Any student who has some issues, they can come to the teacher for taking the guidance, and the mentor will solve the problems. So the full flexibility was provided to the faculty, and broadly 5 stages were given for the evaluation, starting from ideation to final implementation of the project. So there was every 15 to 20 days evaluations were there to monitor the progress of the student projects. Now, at the end, we thought that why not to take their feedback. So regular feedback forms were not applied here, and the special feedback forms were developed to understand what kind of understanding students have, whether they are interested in this methodology or not for the future classes. So this was the feedback for one of the subjects, and what was the questions were asked.
Ma'am, please unmute.
Sorry, I think it has been done by mistake.
Yeah, ma'am, no worries. Please continue.
So in one of our subject, we took the student feedback for the delivery in the PBL mode. And when this feedback was taken, the questions were asked like, to the degree to which you feel that your skill set has been enhanced through PBL mode. Very few students have given the low response. Most of the students have given the medium and high response. So the skill set was improved. Another So describe the degree for which you feel that your confidence has enhanced. So most of the students again said that they are more confident. Whether there is increase in interaction between faculty and students, yes, there was increased. Hardly 10% students are responding that there was no interaction, but most of the students are saying that there were better interaction. Also, like whether you recommend PBL for this course, 85% said yes, they recommend PBL for this course. Whether your analytical skills has enhanced, again, 90% are having medium or high response. The degree to which you feel sufficient theory has been covered. Again, it was more than 85%. So this was feedback for PBL for some of the classes. Similarly, some of the other innovating teaching strategies are wisely managed classroom technologies. We know that smart boards, teacher blogs, these are some of the innovative teaching strategies that teacher can use. Flipped classroom, jigsaws, or collaborative learning. Teaching through virtual reality, which is very much important. As the technology is advancing, this teaching through virtual reality can help the student to learn through 3D world. Students can learn in an immense manner and learning becomes fun. So teacher can use this 3D technology to take a trip to outer space during a class of science. Similarly, personalized learning, ask open-ended questions, blended learning that we all have experienced a lot in the last 2 years. and teaching through 3D printing technology. 3D printers can help you develop small prototypes, and with the help of 3D printing, you can teach the complex examples also to the students. So all these methods, basically, these strategies basically seems like taking a big leap into something new. We don't have to apply them to our entire teaching strategies. We can think of how we can use one or the other method for a specific lesson. Maybe some subjects lend themselves to project-based learning exercise, while others benefit from simply asking open-ended questions. So we should keep our ears and eyes open. As a teacher, I should interact with other teachers and share each other's experience. We can learn from each other's journey in the classes, what kind of pedagogy somebody else has used. I can learn from that and take it as an example for my classes. So this actually happened during our online learning when we were trying to make our teaching more interactive with the students and learning to happen there. So as long as we are innovating, we are growing, give it a go. Give it always, and it's always an exciting time to be in the classroom. It's especially exciting now while many are looking to introduce innovative teaching strategies as solution to challenges students are facing today. All these methods are basically bringing innovation and creativity to the classroom. And it is innovation that is necessary change we need in schools of today. There are some challenges. Bring knowledge needed. What kind of knowledge is required, when it is needed, and where it is needed. By the best authorities and in the most effective and efficient manner. You cannot use just any pedagogy. To use any pedagogy, you should be aware about how is it going to be implemented, what are its outcomes going to be. You have to keep on experimenting again and again, evaluate, understand its impact, and change the methodology in the benefit of the student. So we need to give due consideration to the student's need. Students study in a flexible manner through these kind of pedagogies. There are many students who want to study part-time through distance learning or e-learning. We need to consider their needs in the higher education also. Learning is not limited to any time or place. There are different learning needs, as we know that students engage with material in a different way. Some students like audiovisual, whereas some would like to read. So they have their own learning needs. Some prefer personalized learning, some prefer competency-based learning. And student-centric learning is able to look at each and every need. Knowledge, skills, disposition to succeed in college, career, and civic life, as I said. So if I talk about teacher-centered learning, there is low choice for students. There is more passive learning, and teacher is the main power holder in teacher-centered learning, whereas in student-centered learning, there is more choice for students, there are more activities for students, and there is more student empowerment. So we know that if we go to a hotel, there are different types of menu. We can go for fixed menu. That is structured teaching. We can go for the menu card, and we can place the order as per our choice, that is choice-based system. Or we can go for the buffet, where you serve yourself directly without a menu card, that is student-centered learning. These are some of the learning methods inside the lecture format and outside the lecture format that can help the faculty to make the class more interactive, more innovative. There are some misconceptions of student-centric learning or using these innovative teaching pedagogies, and some common misconceptions are: it doesn't mean anything in practice, requires a high amount of resources, is not appropriate to teach a large and diverse body of students, undermines the teaching profession. Students have more work to do in SCL. It is not. These all are misconceptions. Teacher has to work a lot when they have to deliver a subject in project-based learning mode. It's not easy to identify the problems because, and even if I'm giving same problem to different students, I have to evaluate which solution is the best. So teacher has very tough role to play here when it comes to student-centered learning. It is not that easy. And both teacher and student has to put in their effort when it comes to student-centered learning. It is not one-sided effort in this kind of delivery. So teachers have to do more preparatory work in SCL. It's again not that, because if I'm giving one project, obviously my work is again not that much. I have to experiment as a teacher. I have to find ways and means. How can I reduce my work? And I can put in more efforts to what I'm delivering so that I can make my delivery more effective. One. Problem-based learning is not same as student-centered learning. It is different. It is one of the pedagogy of the student-centric learning. It is not suitable to all the academic fields. It is again not true. It is suitable to all kind of academic fields. So students learn very little subject matter. Again, it is not true. So these are some of the misconceptions of the student-centric learning, or I can say innovative practices that teachers are using, or interactive pedagogies that teachers are using to make the learning student-centric. So you don't have to be technologically minded to use these interactive pedagogies or innovative pedagogies. So at the end, I would say, let learning begin, thus with a focus on students. And I would like to mention that School of Education, everywhere, it has very big responsibility to train our future teachers in such a manner that globally, we are not only known for the knowledge that we are disseminating to our students, but for the critical thinking, problem solving, decision-making abilities, and the other attributes that help them in their holistic development. So colleges of education must own the responsibility in training the future teachers, not only for the schools, but for the institution of higher education as well. Because in the higher educational institutions, the faculties whom we are recruiting, they are coming after their masters and PhD. They have not done any formal course like teacher training program like we do have for our school teachers. So you have a very big role to play for educating even the higher educational institution faculty as well, telling them different pedagogies that they can use for making their classes more interactive and innovative. So when we are making our classes more interactive, innovative, we are making our classes a playground for our students for the lifelong learning and solving real life problems. So with these words, thank you so much. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to be there with you.
Ma'am, it was really thought-provoking session, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am, would you like to say something? Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So any questions?
Thank you so much.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. So as I said, it was really a thought-provoking session, ma'am. First of all, I would like to thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation for keynote address. Your years of experience, your depth of understanding, and your ability to present the subject in such an interesting way produced one of the most memorable experiences for all of us, ma'am. It was really enlightening. Yeah, ma'am. It was actually enlightening to know about the transition from ancient education to our modern era, ma'am. And I'm sure that what you said about the implementation of ancient Gurukul methods in today's so-called, modern era had a significant impact on all of us. And the slides you showed, ma'am, gave us close look at these effective and relevant teaching approaches in 21st century. So it was really interesting, ma'am. And your experiences which you shared, the examples which you shared with us, using those innovative strategies in your own classroom, they were really fascinating, ma'am. And in and all, it was such an enlightening session, ma'am. Once again, thank you so much for your time and for the experiences you shared with all of us, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am.
I would like to take your leave.
I think some questions are there. If
okay, please.
Yes, somebody is raising, I think, hand. Rahul sir is there.
Yeah,
Yes.
First of all, just would like to thanks, ma'am, for exchanging this valuable thoughts. In my view, teachers are really actually the future generators of country, I would say. And it is really to know this extremely insightful through wonderful presentation. In fact, just want to share my view on this, that the change is certainly inevitable. And the teachers are now getting adapted to the new scenarios of learning. That is something good to know. And more importantly, what I would say is like the life is constantly changing. So we really need to teach our students, teachers, and this learning is a continuous process. So I believe we need to percolate message that we need to be very much flexible and adaptive. And that is what I got through overall scenario through the presentation. Thank you.
Dr. Rahul, you have rightly said that change is inevitable, it is constant, it has to happen. And as I said, that if I talk about the faculty of School of Educations, they are preparing the future teachers, they are training teachers for schools to teach there, and these innovative pedagogies, obviously they are telling them how to use in their classes. But if I look at, I'm being associated with higher education institution, and I have seen how the education was there in higher education institute, how it was being delivered in the classes, and how it is being changing now. From last 2-3 years, we have been talking about the project-based learning. We have been hearing that our engineers are not employable, they are not ready for the jobs. So how to make them job ready? That is very important questions with which industry has been imposing on us. So we say that our Indian education system is very good, but when our students are going to the industry, they are not employable. So it is a contradictory statement. So maybe we were not imparting the hands-on skills. We were more focused on the rote learning. We were more focused on the grades, marks, delivery of the subject, completing our syllabus. We were giving the hands-on, but students were not interested in those hands-on. If we asked them to go for their final project, they were getting this project done from somewhere and coming and presenting. It was not done by them. So we have to change. If I'll keep this change in my class, I'll bring this change in my class only, then they'll have to work. And if as a teacher, I'll say that for me, the syllabus is not important. I'm not covered the 100% syllabus. That is not going to throw me out of the institution. Then only I'll be comfortable. Even if I'm delivering 20%, but that 20% is being understood by the student, they have learned, they are able to apply those concepts, that is required.
Yeah, ma'am.
100% and nobody is understanding is of no value, but delivering 20% and students are enjoying it, they are able to correlate, they can develop, they can create something out of it, that is much important.
Yeah, I think ma'am truly agree on just echoing your thought, and this is something what is expected. Like certainly focus should be to some extent to academics, but it is more related to the practical life, how we take it and execute. So
and today's time, even if you go, we are seeing that most of the industries, they are looking at the skills, they are not even looking at the degree. One of our students, he has to complete his 3rd year of BTech, and he has got the placement offer with KPMG Canada. His degree is to be completed by 2023, but he has this placement offer, and he has been working with KPMG Canada for last 2 years in part-time mode. That means for industry, his skills are more important.
Yes.
So those skills we can impart only through these innovative and interactive pedagogies. We cannot impart skills otherwise by just delivering from one side.
And also one thought, ma'am, would like to share, means of course in your view and agreement, you said about learning. It's also learning, relearning and unlearning.
Unlearning, yes.
So that also becomes the important aspect of life, not related to academics, but certainly in terms of practical view.
One thing I would also like to mention, since you have been interacting, I'll just take 2 minutes. As I shared that last year semester, we started with PBL. So there were 6 subjects only in engineering that were delivered through project-based learning mode. This semester, 16 subjects are going to be delivered in PBL mode, and it is on its way. Now, what we have done here, since we are a university, we have faculty of engineering, we have faculty of education also. So in one of our faculties in faculty of education is very good at mindfulness. So the experiment that we are doing this time is that we have 2 classes who are studying same subjects through PBL mode. So with one of the class, we are doing these sessions on mindfulness also at regular interval. And with another class, we are not having those sessions of mindfulness. So our purpose is to study the impact of these mindfulness sessions on the students who are studying in PBL mode. How is it going to impact their projects? How much focus they are going to be through these sessions, their performance, and what kind of performance other students will have. So as School of Education, you can collaborate with other institutions, you can do so many experiments, you can do so many researches, and you can understand the impact of these pedagogies on the learning of the students.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your amazing and wonderful session. And, you answered beautifully. And I think they satisfied with the answer, Rahul sir. So thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you again for your wonderful session and your time, your precious time you gave it to us. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Megha ma'am. Thank you, Sangeeta ma'am and Forum ma'am. Also, Rahul sir. It was very informative session, ma'am, especially for we BA trainee teachers, as we have selected teaching as a profession for life. So this was really a very, very informative session for us. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Now it's time for a short break. We will all resume in next 15 minutes. It's 11:30 now. By 11:45, we all will be back for the session, next session. Everyone, please do stay connected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I hope everyone is back. Yes, resuming back, we all are eagerly waiting for our session 1 now, that is on blended approach in teaching and learning. So I request Assistant Professor of TSCER, Mr. Nitin Jain sir, to introduce us to the esteemed speaker for this session, Dr. Ashwini ma'am. Over to you, Nitin sir.
Thank you so much, Shreya. So good morning, everyone. Myself, Nitin Jain, Assistant Professor of Thakur Shyam College of Education and Research. I'm so glad to welcome Dr. Ashwini ma'am. Your presence in this webinar is nothing less than a blessing to us. So welcome ma'am and welcome everyone for the session 1 blended approach on teaching learning. So I want to introduce about Dr. Ashwini ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. Success in life is not for those who run fast, but for those who keep running and are always on the move. I, Nitin Jain, Assistant Professor of Faculty of TSCER, is here to introduce Dr. Ashwini ma'am, who is our esteemed guest for today's webinar. She is an example of a highly qualified professor who has MSc, MD, PhD, and the list goes on. Her teaching experience has 22 and more years, where she has imbibed quality education to students of all age groups. At school level, she has taught for over 5 years, at the BEd level for 1.5 years, and Master in Philosophy, that is MPhil level, she has been guiding since 2012, and the postgraduate level since 2005. She has researched extensively and supervised students successfully. She has completed PhD in 2011 from the University of Mumbai. She has published 3 books and more than 50 research papers, reputed journals, and the contribution has no end. The research areas covered by her under supervision are quality function deployment, activity-based learning, blended learning, online learning, constructivist approach, meta-cognition, reciprocal teaching, organization justice, self-directed learning program, organizational citizenship, then critical thinking, goal orientation, and learning strategies, academic procrastination, mathematics NXT, cognitive styles, and others. Thank you, ma'am, for gracing our occasion today, and you are undoubtedly a big inspiration to our students, teachers. The way you have attended faculty development program to upgrade knowledge and skills, organize various seminars and workshops with dedicated effort and presented papers at national and international level is a blessing for this society. You have created courses on Moodle, MU, LMS, design course learning materials for MU, that is Mumbai University, and SNDT University. You are a member of admission committee for MEd, PhD, and various other courses at the Department of Education. You were invited as a subject expert in Research Advisory Committee, Research Project Evaluator. You are a member of was in education at PTVA Sathe College, that is in Parle. and IQAC coordinator of Department of Education since 2017. And in so many ways, you have contributed in the education field. You are really highly educated, one of the best associate professor in the Mumbai University. Thank you for all your effort, ma'am. I request Dr. Ashwini ma'am shares her knowledge and experience with us. Ma'am, stage is yours. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Welcome, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am. Ashwini,
Thank you, Nitin, for this lovely brief introduction. I also
thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you,
so much.
the Thakur Narayan College for inviting me for this session, and I am also thankful to all the members who have invited me for this particular session. So let me start with my session, which is on the blended learning approach in teaching and learning. This multidisciplinary seminar, in this multidisciplinary seminar, I'm expected to give the first-hand experience related to blended learning approach. So my concern was, since yesterday I was posting on the Telegram, one of the modes of communication, about the links that I want all the participants to read and go through. I hope all of you have gone through these links and I don't know whether you have gone through these links and would like to, I would like to take my session based on that. So anybody who would like to, they can speak up. It would be more interactive. If you will speak, I can also understand what you want to know. So please tell me whether you have read those links or not. Participants, I'm requesting you can unmute yourself and you can share your whatever you want to say. Nobody? Yes, okay. So I am receiving some of the posts. Now I'm sharing one. So only two I have received. So I'm sharing. Okay, if you have not read right till now, you can see. I would like to have the interaction between you and me, because this blended learning approach, I may give you the theory, but I want you to know the how it can be implemented. So that is why I would like to know whether you have read those links or not. Okay, if you have not read the links, let me start with my yes.
Yeah, ma'am, I have read the first link about how the online classes were disturbed and by the hackers.
Okay.
And the schools have fought back.
Okay. Anybody has read besides this second link? Please, you are free to interact with me. No problem at all. Okay, so those who have not, these are the links that I had shared on the Telegram also. Now also you can already take 5 minutes for reading. I won't mind, and just come out with the glimpse. I am sharing one link with you related to the. Now all of you, I request you to log in on this particular link. If you are logging, I can see there are people who are logging in this particular link. Yes, 9 have joined. Those who can join, otherwise the rest can see my screen also. Rest can see my screen also. So please use this Jamboard. I'm using this Jamboard. Those who are not aware about this, please join using this particular link. You will be directly taken to the Jamboard. And whatever the things that you have read about it, and those who have not seen, okay, some of them are saying they have not seen at all. So shall I play one video? Yes. Those are just a 3 minutes video, and Let us play this video. Those who have not read the links, those who have read, wonderful. I would admire their reading ability and all those
Hello
things.
everyone, I'm Louise Mata. I'm going to present today about safety issues on the use of ICT, including e-safety rules. Now, using technology is not a risk by itself, but how it is used will be vulnerable to risk. Now, we have here e-networking and technology use risk. Number one, exposure to inappropriate content, including online pornography and extremism. Children should not be exposed to graphic violence and films. Number two, lifestyle websites like self-harms and suicide sites and hate sites. Parents can assist by providing emotional support, assisting in the identification of early warning signs, assisting children in distracting themselves, lowering the child's stress levels, and providing supervision during critical times. Number three, cyberbullying in all forms, receiving sexually explicit images or messages. It's important that a child doesn't engage in cyberbullying by not responding. This means that they should not engage in any kind of conversation with a cyberbully, including exchanging arguments or explanations. Number four, privacy issues, including disclosure of personal information. Never provide personal or financial information in an email, text, or pop-up message, and never click on links in the message. Number five, health and well-being, amount of time spent online, internet gaming, and many more. Carpal tunnel syndrome is a well-known example that affects a lot of gamers. Number six, prolonged exposure to online technologies, particularly at an early age. Overuse of electronic devices by children can have a significant impact on a wide range of health issues. Number seven, addiction to gambling and gaming. Obsessive and problematic gamblers need the support of their family and friends in their effort to quit gambling. Number eight, activities such as phishing. Against identity theft is to create a. Number nine, viruses, Trojan spyware, and other malware. The use of an effective antivirus program protects you from all types of harmful software. Number 10, social pressure to maintain online networks via texting and social networking. Teenagers' fear of missing out or FOMO causes them to constantly check their electronic devices to see what their peers are up to. Now we have here minor misuse of ICT, copying information into the assignment and failing to acknowledge the source. Downloading materials are not relevant to their studies. Misconduct associated with subject logins, such as using someone else's password, leaving a mobile phone turned on during the class period, and unauthorized taking pictures with the mobile phones. E-safety takes care not only of internet technologies, but also of electronic communication via mobile phones, game consoles, and wireless technology. These are the references.
Okay, so you got it. What is the video is talking about? Okay, now tell me using this Jamboard what it is talking about. Yes, use the sticky notes. These are the sticky notes. You can use the color and you just write down what is the what it is trying to say about. I received one sticky post. You may use the sticky post and write down what did you learn about. So once one has written that how technology is used in incorrect or unethical manner, right? Copyrights issues such as school abusive language used during classes. You may express your views using sticky notes. These are the sticky notes here. Or you may have the other options also, like using pen or text, whatever. So please start posting whatever you have understood through the links or through that video. Please write it down. How misuse of ICT is done during online classes, right? What else is done? So I can see here 2 sticky notes. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Someone is writing, yes, legal and ethical issues while using ICT in education, such as Plagiarism, hacking, cyberbullying, okay. Technology should be used like tool but not weapon for destruction, okay. Fine. Cyberbullying and ICT, plagiarism and copyright, okay. It was about misuse of ICT in education, correct. Yes. Yes, the use of technology without supervision can be, okay, sorry, can be detrimental for the children, right? Awareness regarding technology and its limits. You can go to the next page also. Okay. So most of you have discussed, most of you have, I mean, the seven, I can see 8 posts are here, and they are talking about the correct cyberbullying, plagiarism, copyright, unethical use of technology in learning. Very good. So these are the basically issues, okay, regarding the plagiarism, regarding the unethical way or use of ICT in education in unethical way. So there are certain legal aspects attached to it. Yes, anyone has would like to say something? Those who cannot share, for them, this is I'm sharing my screen so I can see. Even in the next page, has anyone written? No, only on this page it is written. So you can move it and you can edit it. You can write something. You can, okay, somebody has cleared the background itself. Okay. So these are the ways, and most of you have tried to stop about, okay, somebody has done that favor also using, let me see what he has written. Deteriorating the values, correct. Anything else would you like to say more on these ethical issues? Information communication technology, fine. 1 minute, I would like to read this comment. Information and communication technology should be used for positive communication, not for miscommunication, fine. Everything has two aspects, good for bad, and we can see the unethical use of technology, fine. Technology used where some students are hacking into the school servers, fine. Okay. This video was teaching how to stay safe when the world is running hand in hand with the technology, cyber. So basically this video is, yes, all of you have got the gist. So should we stop here? I mean, should we stop posting here? Then sorry, I'll go back to my presentation. Okay, so these are the basically issues that are dealt, creating awareness, fine. The cyberbullying in today's date is a threat as Mumbai girl loses 4.7 lakhs, correct? You can go to the next page also if you wish to post more. I'm trying to place it in another way. The graphic content. Okay, the exposure of wrong content while using ICT, yes, pornology and all these things are the thing. Videos nowadays very much used in the and the students are tapped or for that or made victim for such for watching the pornology videos and some other unethical. They are being taught how to do the hacking and all those things. Sorry, this video was teaching how to stay safe. Yes, I already read, I think. So many of you have tried to, okay, I can see the use of technology without supervision. Yes. So these are so many posts I could see. There is a students have gone through the links or they have seen the video and links are together saying that there are certain ethical issues in the use of ICT. Does anyone like to say anything? Yes, Renu. Renu Gupta, you want to say anything? Okay, I can getting some disturbances. I hope I am loud and enough. You can hear me properly.
Ma'am, you please continue.
Yeah, ma'am, we can hear you. You can continue.
Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am, you are audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, so we have tried to discuss through these links and the videos that how legal and there could be legal and ethical issues in the use of ICT. Now, does anyone know what do you mean by plagiarism? Does anyone know what is the meaning of copyright? You may share your answers. I'll stop sharing this Jamboard. Yes, need to organize ourselves or else how to can become victim unintentionally. Okay, right? Very good. So can somebody post on the next this thing? What do you mean by plagiarism? Anybody knows what is plagiarism? Somebody may write on plagiarism. Somebody may write on copyright. There are multiple pages. So I would say this would be. You may write on plagiarism on this page. What is your understanding about the plagiarism? Okay. Somebody may use the next line as what do you mean by hacking? What is the meaning of hacking? Go on posting whatever you can understand. Whatever your understanding is there about these issues. Then next is I may use this noun as copyrights. So write down whatever you understand by these particular issues. Plagiarism. Plagiarism is presenting someone else's work or ideas as your own with or without their consent. Very good. By incorporating into your work full of acknowledgement. Plagiarism is stealing content without permission. Very good. Right. Very rightly said. Somebody would let me see. Anybody has written on hacking? What do you mean by hacking? Yes, what do you mean by hacking? What do you mean by copyright? Please keep writing using the so many multiple options here are here. You can use text box, you can use pen, you can use sticky posts, sticky notes, and go on writing your views. Hacking is sending links and getting control on others device. Okay, very good. Copying others' work without their knowledge, that is copyright. Okay. What else? Bus, this much only. Anybody has posted on this particular page? Unethical use of technology, unauthorized way of using data, gaining access of others' data. Okay. It is a violence. Fine. Plagiarism is violence. Okay, how come it is violence? Yes, it is. But how will you be able to say something on that? More elaborate? Can you elaborate more if it is a violence? Online theft, yes. Plagiarism is online theft. Correct. Copyright, okay. Controlling someone's device and manipulating is for hackers' benefits. Okay, very good. That's nice. Basically copying also. So you may have the freedom to move on any page and write down your views on that. Are you posting something more? Shall I see here? Cyberbullying, okay, that is okay. Okay, somebody will please create a note on cyberbullying, third, fourth. Copyright, someone is writing more on this. Fifth page would be on cyberbullying. So just write on cyberbullying. So you may write your views on cyberbullying and all this. So unethically controlling someone's computer system and use of your own for your own benefits, right? Copyright is violating someone else's rights. That is copyrights, and it's an intellectual plagiarism is an intellectual theft or online theft. No consent or author and using their investigations for publications, correct? So basically ICT facilitates the use of information available on the internet, but to the help of technology, anyone from anywhere and anytime can access information. That is also very true. But while doing this, there are issues like plagiarism, copyright violation, hacking, cyberbullying, also which arise using technology in education. So these are the things that we often see in the even in the technology, even in education. Sorry. So apart from the use of ICT in education, social media technologies have also embedded in our daily life. And social media have created new projections for social interaction and access of the information. So these are the things that you are mentioned about the plagiarism. Yes, very, very much true. What is the meaning of plagiarism? What is the meaning of plagiarism is basically, as already mentioned, stealing content without permission, without anybody's or without acknowledging it, or without making a single words change. That is the plagiarism. And nowadays, because of publication of lots of articles on a daily basis or monthly or quarterly basis, the chances of that easily the articles, the matter is stolen from one article to the another article, and it is published on your own name, saying that because the information is available on the internet, but you are stealing it without somebody's permission, or you are not at all making a single words change in that, and then that becomes the plagiarism, which is where you are violating the author's rights. So that is also related to the hacking. And now in the hacking, actually your entire system is controlled by someone else's device. Now hacking, we are all we are seeing the example. Some of you might be victims of hackers. There are concepts like ethical hackers, which are again which are used by the government, and they are allowed, they are permitted to hack some websites to follow to investigate some cyber crime or something like that. So there are ethical hackers, but there are some hackers who are doing unethically, and they are stealing your money, they are controlling your devices, they are seeing your whatever the emails, or they are misusing your emails, and sometimes they are stealing your data and telling someone else. So these are the issues that are happening on the day-to-day basis. Even in the copyright, we may have okay, somebody has, okay, in the copyright you are violating someone else's rights. For example, in music and all, we started hearing this, basically this particular word copyrights when some music albums and all those things. So all copyrights are reserved. That means the one who has published that album, one who has launched that album, has in full copyrights. If you want to take any song from that particular album, you need to take permission, otherwise you will be legally filed for that. You are legally punished for that particular thing. So that is the meaning of copyright. That is mean you are protected by legal aspects, you are protected by certain laws. So that is a copyrights. Then we have also one more concept like cyberbullying. Okay, now cyberbullying is a form of bullying or harassment using electronic means. It is known as online bullying. It has become increasingly common, especially among teenagers, and as the digital sphere expanded. Very well and very elaborately mentioned that what is cyberbullying, and unnecessarily students or the teenagers are harassing the others, and by sending objectionable messages, by sending objectionable videos, by sending objectionable talks, all these things which where you feel harassed, you go in a mental stress, you really lose your attention, or you cannot concentrate on your day-to-day work. You are being constantly threatened by someone else, and by posting such type of videos or something like that. So these are the ethical and legal issues related to the use of ICT in a day-to-day life. Now let us come back to the. So there are certain safeties. So there are certain measures where you can take the steps, and you can use safely all the internet facilities or ICT, including e-safety rules are also mentioned somewhere, then the guidelines are given. So let me start with my presentation. So let us have one quiz based on this particular. I will again post in the chat box related to the copyrights and ethical issues. It's in a Google form. I wanted to use something else, but I have not used it because so just attempt this particular quiz, and I can check whether you have done. You please start attempting that question. Please, I can see his monitor simultaneously. I can see the responses also who are attempting all this. Don't take it seriously. I mean, not so seriously. There are 7 statements. Please attempt your question, answers. One student has submitted, 1 second. Quickly, anything, whichever you feel comfortable, or whatever knowledge that you have related to this. You will get the feedback also. Are you getting feedback? Yes or no? Put in the chat box.
Yes,
you got the
ma'am.
marks? Yes. Okay, very good. The right answer is also given. No, I don't want marks also. Just for your knowledge, I was just asking. No need to reveal marks. I'm giving 2 to 3 minutes more. Please attempt, all of you, as much as possible. Please attempt this quiz. Then I'll come to the topic. Don't worry. Okay, 16 students have attempted. There are many more participants. Please participate. There are 93 participants. At least 50% should be there. This is not a quiz to test. I don't want to know your marks. This is just for your knowledge and just one attempt from your own side. So at least 40-50 students should or participants should attempt this. Quickly, you can have freedom. One more minute now, and then I'll stop. Very good. Those who are done. Very good, Raksha. I don't know who is safe. So many are getting good points, above 5. Yes, Mansi, very well done. I can see your students are posting 32 responses. Yes, Aditi. Okay, 35 number is increasing. Good. Good, good. You can see the marks also here. Those are scored, but I don't want to show here right now. 36 responses are there. Okay, so let me stop here. Those who are, you can continue attempting. I will get at the end of the number of responses also. Yes, 39, very good. So this is a simplest most quiz that I have created for you purpose. Now let us come to the topic which is given to me. Otherwise you will wonder what madam is doing in this class. So now we will start, you will have our interactions. I don't know why once I go in. Okay, so what are the issues discussed here that we have done? Now you can unmute yourself and you may start saying whatever I would like to start, whatever I will be asking to you. Now just let me know whatever the issues that we have discussed, you have attempt the quiz for this. Now the whole entire exercise from links, the video, the Jamboard, the quiz, tell me this is what you have experienced all together. You may unmute and you can say whatever you want to say. From yesterday, some links were posted. Then today I have shown you the video in the class when the online learning session was going on. Then we have discussed about the issues using the Jamboard. Then we came to the quiz. And now tell me what is your observation about all these entire things.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can
yes,
myself Aditi, can I answer?
Yeah, you can. You are allowed to answer.
Ma'am, thank you so much. This has been a very interactive and involving session because continuously we are being involved firstly through the links, then seeing the videos. It has been running in our minds, then using the Jamboard. It's been a very interactive and innovative way of using technology with distant students where we are not in the classroom atmosphere as well, but yet we are connected throughout and we can express our views, and through the quiz a feedback has been taken that we have understood. Thank you.
So I would understand this is the voice of all the participants, more or less same views about that. You read the links, you came to. So basically, I sent you the links when you were not in touch. You have not seen me in the class, online class, face to face. but you were being connected through the media, through the Telegram, through the, I tried to create the Google Classroom, then I posted it, then I thought everybody may not join the classroom, so I tried to use the Telegram link. In that I have posted the link before the session also, so that you will read it. Then I have shown you the video, and we have more discussed on that, whatever the links and its connection, the video, the links, like, sorry, the issues like hacking, issues like that, bully by, then there is a copyright, then there is issues like what is that, plagiarism. All these things were discussed through the links, through this thing. Now when when you were reading the links, you were offline. When you came to the class, you saw the visual, that was online. So there's this entire exercise where online and face-to-face classroom interaction happening with the students or the participants. That is nothing but the blended learning approach. Okay, now let us start. What is blended learning, theoretical meaning of blended learning, and the things which are associated with the blended learning, how it is can be used properly, how it can be in the coming session, how we will see what are the blended learning modes, what are the various models related to blended learning, and how it is helpful in the 21st century, in the today's context, how it's a need of the hour. UGC has also recommended to go for the blended learning modes, blended learning exercises, and how judiciously we can use the blended learning, we will see in the subsequent slides. Let us start with this. I can't move. Now, what is this a particular scenario? Please tell me. Anyone also can unmute and they can answer to me, to my.
Ma'am, a teacher is taking class of the students, which is conducted offline.
Which is conducted offline. Anything else? Correct. Very good. Anything else? What about the method? Lecture method.
Ma'am, one class is in traditional way, and another class is in a discussion mode.
In a discussion mode. Okay, one is in a traditional way, traditional classroom. One is say sitting in a semicircular mode and they are discussing or facing each other. Fine. So this is basically offline or traditional classroom or face to face. I would say this is more of like face to face type of classroom, where it would be the arrangement could be in a straight line or arrangement could be in a circular, semicircular line. But basically this is a face to face mode of interacting with the students, isn't it? Now next is, tell me, what is this? What it is? You have seen these pictures. It's not new to you. You are all aware. You are all undergone through it. You have seen it. What is
learning
this?
Through on presentations?
Learning through presentations, okay.
Ma'am, it's an offline mode using technology in the class.
Correct. So it's an offline mode using technology. Fantastic. Anything else?
Yes, ma'am. One teacher is using interactive method and one
Correct.
is using a video method.
So in short, it's a interactive classroom or smart learning method, smart classroom. Can we say like that in short? So earlier, first it was a face-to-face mode. This is also face-to-face, but it using the technology, interactive and smart learning. Now this is what happening. Now this is basically you can see the book to the other side, the laptop to another side, and lots of information is passing or being bombarded or being seen by you as a user. So basically it is e-learning in an asynchronous mode where no one is guiding you. Okay, no teacher is present over here, isn't it? There is no teacher present in this particular, but learning is taking place, isn't it? So this is considered as e-learning or asynchronous mode. Well, this is right now whatever is happening is online, where we are in a synchronous mode. We are facing each other. We are not actually in the classroom, but still we are. Everyone's same time is utilized. Everyone is logged in right now, and everyone, though you are at different places, learning is taking place, or you are listening to the presentation in a synchronous mode in the where everyone's unique time is utilized. So this is online learning happening, and synchronous mode is also there. Anybody has a doubt related to this? Whatever I have said, you may interrupt at any point of time. Now tell me what is happening in this particular image. Yes.
Students are learning offline as well as online.
Correct. So here students are given some, maybe just assume that they have given some tasks, some assignments, some work. They are studying at home in using the technology. And when they are back to the class, they are interacting with the teacher and they are talking, they are discussing, they are solving their doubts, whatever it may be. So here both single teacher is using online as well as offline. So this is nothing but the blended learning, where online learning as well as it's a blend of online learning and traditional classroom teaching, that is face to face. Because of right now also we are not face to face, but still we are online, in the sense offline is not taking place, but some activities were given for you to study online learning in a asynchronous mode. Now we are in a synchronous mode during the online learning. So that is nothing but the blended learning, where it's a blend of, like मिक्सर में जैसे पूरी चीजें डाल के उसका ब्लेंडिंग करते हैं तो पूरा चटनी बन के जैसे आता है. Similarly, the blended learning is like that. Lots of ingredients are used, and then you come out with the nice taste and nice flavor and nice color, and also the outcome is the best. So that is, in short, is a blended learning. But the definition wise, let's see what is blended learning meaning. Sorry. Blended learning is one of the most flexible, active and creative formal education program which mix online learning and face-to-face instruction using a variety of e-learning resources. Now tell me what e-learning resources that I used when I was interacting with you. When we were in asynchronous mode, we were not seeing each other, when we were not talking with each other.
Google Forms.
Okay, Google Forms was used. Okay.
Jamboards.
Jamboard. Okay. Also Telegram. Okay. Then Google Classrooms. So variety of e-learning resources were used to communicate for this particular activity. Okay, so that is blended learning. It is a flexible learning approach, which is a blend of various advanced technological online learning like web pages, discussion boards, emails, etc. with the traditional classroom learning. Don't forget that the traditional classroom learning is a part of blended learning. It's not that there is no classroom teaching at all. Blended learning, it's a flexible learning approach. Why? Because at any time I can post the emails to you, I can give the assignments to you, I can send the links to you. Even yesterday I sent links even in the mornings. Some links I sent in the evening. I created the blended classroom for your to go through that blended learning through that links, because I wanted you to know what are the legal and ethical issues in ICT in education. So various modes are used, but now when I want to clear whatever we have done, I am in the typical classroom learning, though it's an online, but still it's a traditional classroom learning where I am talking and you are right now listening because of the situation. Maybe if it would have been in your college, I would have interacted more in a better manner. But whatever the limitations or the things that are happening, some understanding the advantages of online webinars and all, it's a great boon also for you. I am sitting at my home, I am interacting with you, you are sitting at your home, you are also understanding it, some of the content. So all these things, that is nothing but it's a flexible learning approach, which is where blend of various advanced technological online learning are used with the traditional classroom learning. So now observe this image, and which image you like the most? Any one participant will give the answer.
Rainbow.
Rainbow. You like rainbow much. So obvious answer, I would understand all of us will like rainbow in a image B, a typical semicircle look. And tell me about this image C. Which out of these three, which you like the better? Now there could be two answers also, B as well as C. There could be three answers also, A, B, C. But which is the most that you liked in these three images? C. Now let us, so all of us understand that blend is beautiful, isn't it? In the image B, you can see that blend is very beautiful. But it would be more beautiful when it is a meaningful. So meaningful blend is more beautiful. Okay, here the blending is done, but meaningful blending is giving us more it's a good treat to for our eyes, and you feel really good. Oh wow, wonderful, how aptly use the 7 colors in this particular flower, and they are also mingling with each other. So that is a meaningful blend, which is more beautiful. Now let us understand let us relate these images with this pictures that I had shown you. So let us relate these images like this is your typical traditional classroom where all are sitting in a straight line. This sorry, this is your typical. This is the more accepted or more discussion mode classroom where all are sitting in a semicircle manner, and this is the blend where you can see that you are getting the meaningful blend out of it. Meaningful learning is happening through this, because it is in the blended learning, it is more individualized, more personalized, more each and every student's or each and every person's span of attention is taken into consideration, pace of learning is taken into consideration. So blended learning is giving more emphasis on equity, access, as well as quality. It is giving more, so whenever we speak about the blended learning, it's not that only technologically advanced students are taken into consideration, or IQ wise, or so what you say, more faster or more understanding, for faster understanding students, or the gifted students, or more average intelligent students. It's not only these students are taken into consideration, but it is encompassing all the range of students. It's as a spectrum, like the light has the spectrum. Similarly, the range of students or the students have the spectrum. The individual differences are taken into considerations, and the blend is made more meaningful to each and every one, so that we are ensuring that each and every student is participating in our activity. So to make blend meaningful and beautiful as well, it's not just you have to divide the syllabus into online and face-to-face mode in the 60-40 or 50-50 or 70-30 pattern. Do not consider that blended learning means dividing syllabus into online and face-to-face mode. It is how judiciously you are making the blend of online and face-to-face mode. In some aspects, while teaching, dealing some topics, we may need more online mode than the face-to-face mode. Sorry. So it is, you have to decide which is the best possible combination which can be used to deal with a particular topic or completing the syllabus. To make blend more meaningful and beautiful, make a blend of teaching and learning experiences. Give the teaching and learning experiences in the offline or in synchronous mode, as well as in the asynchronous mode. How beautifully you are dealing with the students, what best experiences you are providing the students, because the learning takes place when you actually do it, when you actually work upon it. So give that blend of teaching and learning experiences. Make meaningful blend of online and offline experiences. As I told you earlier, it's not just dividing syllabus into online or offline mode. It is making blend of online, offline experiences. You may have nowadays so many tools that we are using. We have Padlet, we have what is that, smart boards, we have many modes of communication, we have lots of websites. You can create your own websites also. You can ask the students you can use the Google, lots of your learning management systems, that is LMS platforms like MOOC, like Google Classrooms, and number of ways of making meaningful blend of online and offline experiences. You can integrate technology and pedagogy instead of just mere technology versus pedagogy. Don't get confused with these two aspects, that you are mixing the technology, you are just using pedagogy versus technology. You have to integrate both of the things and make a blend of various modes of communications. It's not only one mode of communication is sufficient. You have multiple ways of communicating with your students. How you can use emails, you can use WhatsApp, you can use Telegrams, you can use any other forms of communication to interact. You can use LMS platforms, you can use MOOCs, you can use OES. So many ways you can speak to your students, you can interact with your students, you can give the feedback to your students, plus face to face. It's not only online, but there are apart from technology, there are again there is personal feedback is also sometimes required, which you can complete through the face to face mode of communication. So make a blend of various modes of communication. So blended learning is not just mere, as I discussed earlier, a mix of online and face-to-face mode, but it refers to a well-planned combination of meaningful activities in both the modes. So blended learning is basically demands consideration of several factors, mainly focusing on learning outcomes and learner-centered instructional environment. Don't think that blended learning approach is very easy to use. You have to work very hard as a teacher. The role of a teacher is very crucial in the blended learning. You have to plan, you have to utilize your time, you have to you have to ensure that the understanding has taken place. You have to also ensure that the friendly and very healthy atmosphere is also created. So blended role of teacher is again crucial. No technology can replace the teacher. That is very much true. That is very much proven fact. No technology can replace any. So don't worry that other technology है तो teacher का job चला जाएगा. No way. It's not that, because ultimately software, who will design the software, we need teachers' brain and teachers' inputs also. So learning outcomes, and these are the two basically important things which are covered in the blended learning outcomes and learner-centered instructional mode. Now, learning outcomes is not a new concept for you. Whenever we are going for giving any lesson in the classroom, you have the objectives, you have the even if one objective or for one topic, you are focused what you are want to cover, and you are also thinking that I will see to that this whatever I am dealing in this 30 minutes is covered, and they are you are assured for that you will, the students will reply over it. Students will positively respond over it. So you have certain learning outcomes in your mind where you can have the after completing this course, or after completing this particular topic, or after completing this lesson, what the participants should be able to. The way I have planned for you, that I was expecting from you, that you will complete, you will be able to do these things. So the learning outcomes were in my mind. So this is the template which is prepared by Touch Teaching Learning Center of SNDT, and they have prepared this template, and you can go on writing 15 as much or whatever the things that you are expecting to cover in the maybe for the particular semester, or maybe for a particular topic, that you can definitely design. So the learning outcomes are very much important. Now, how to create learning central instructional environment? So to create such environment, first let us understand we have to use the blended learning theories. We have to make use of blended learning models. Now, BL is a very well used short form. It is not created by me. It is accepted universally by the world. So I'm using it. Otherwise, you don't create your own short forms, because teenagers and your generations are so much fascinated to use the short forms. I really don't understand, because whenever sometimes I get the response from my daughter, IDK, I really don't understand. So IDK means I don't know. So now I am also learning this new concept, new terminologies. But BL stands for blended learning, is a very well used or approved short form for blended learning. Okay, so let us come back to, so to create such an environment, first let us understand blended learning theories, blended learning models, ICT initiatives and tools, implementation plans, and course structures. So with the help of these, we can create a learning centered instructional environment. So blended learning theory, in the blended learning theory, we have the combination of three learning theories, that is behaviorism, the cognitivism and constructivism. What do you mean by behaviorism? Anybody knows? Anybody would like to answer what is behaviorism? Quickly, or no, should I only say? Okay, so basically behaviorism is based on the observations or observable changes in the behavior that was the earlier theories of psychology, that behavior, the learning learning is change in behavior and all those things. So that was the behaviorism concept. The cognitivism is based on the thought process behind the behavior within an emphasis of understanding. So that is the cognitivism. While constructivism is based on the premise that one constructs our own perception of the world through the individual experiences. That means you create your own knowledge. So blended learning theory is basically combination of all these things. They are taking into consideration the observable changes in the behavior. They are also taking consideration into the thought process behind the behavior, and each one has its own way of creating their knowledge. That part is also taken into consideration. So that is nothing but the blended learning theory. There are certain blended learning models. So these are the models. They are talking about the rotation. Many models are there now. This is a very diagram taken from the internet. The models are like a rotation model, flex model, self blend model, and enrich virtual model. In the rotation model, again, there are station rotation model, lab rotation model, flipped classroom model, individual rotation model. Now, flipped classroom is highlighted because flipped classroom is very much used in the blended learning model. I'm not going to explain right now all the blended learning models because that is not the topic I was supposed to cover. But I will just quickly tell you what is flipped classroom. Does anyone know what is flipped classroom? We have a video, but it's little lengthy. I don't know how long it is. Okay. Quickly, I can play this video just few minutes. Would like to play from this video.
A flipped classroom. Let's reverse where traditional homework and lecture take place. Now, I must warn you beforehand, watching this presentation can literally turn your world upside down. The first thing most educators are going to ask is, why flip? Well, here are a couple reasons to consider. With a flipped classroom, the content becomes available to students beyond typical classroom time. Students are now able to access the content anytime, benefit that content in video format, etc. Students can write down questions about the content at home. Then, when students enter the classroom, they are already prepared to ask these questions to their teacher. When a teacher flips a classroom, that teacher is able to walk around the room. Ultimately, flipping a classroom frees up time for teachers to work with students individually. Now, let's take a quick break to think about how our students are used to acquiring knowledge. Students of today mostly learn from their phones and computers. Students of today are comfortable with a flipped model because it's how they usually access knowledge. Lastly, we know some students learn faster than others. Flipping a classroom allows teachers to personalize learning. Now, how do you flip a classroom? What steps should you take? Right now, I'm going to outline an 8-step path that I have successfully used to flip my classroom. Each step is represented with a star. The first step in flipping a classroom begins with the buy-in. Get your students, parents, and administrators on board with the flipped model. Step 2, curate the resources you need to flip a classroom. These are resources for instruction, such as YouTube video, online worksheets, quizzes, electronics, etc. Now, moving on to the actual first day of class, classroom management is required for a flipped model, just like a traditional model. Very early on, be sure to spend time and incorporate expectations and procedures, as this learning style may be new. Number 4 is technology training. Teachers need to learn how to curate videos to YouTube channels and create playlists, and students must be able to access and interact with online content. Now we get to the actual flipping. And the number 5 is assign content for homework. Students will access content through videos, hyperdocs, interactive PowerPoints, slides, and much more. Next up, number 6. Students work on problems during class time. Students get to work on the application of skills in class where a teacher walks around the room and facilitates and helps students as needed. Moving on to number 7, independent learning. With a flipped classroom, students become independent learners and have the ability to move through the curriculum at their own pace. And the last star in the sky, number 8, peer tutoring. Pair up your advanced students who mastered the content beforehand with students having a hard time completing the problems. So what does it actually look like? The traditional model has students attending school where content is delivered by teachers, and students going home to work on problems. But here, we're getting rid of that model and replacing it with a flip model. In the flip model, students work on problems when they are at school, and when students are at home, content is delivered online. Here are a couple tools you may need when flipping a classroom. YouTube will allow you to provide video lessons. Social media can help disseminate content. Devices to access online content. Google Doc links, slides to learn content, and sites to find the content. Readings can be used as well. Right now, I would just like to say thank you for your time.
So this is about the flipped classroom, how it has been used. And basically it reverses the traditional class structure of listening to a lecture in class and completing homework activities at home. So this is very much very well used flipped model, and this is more popular in the blended learning, and which is also easy to understand. And there are apart from the other models like rotation model and all those models are there, stationary models are there, flex models are there. Now students in flipped classes watch a short lecture video online and come into the classroom to complete activities such as group work, projects, or other exercises. The flipped classroom model can be seen as sub-model of the blended or face-to-face, blended face-to-face or blended online class. So next. So now what are the ICT initiatives and tools for using this such type of models? Basically, we have OER, that is Open Education Resources. All of us are aware about what is OER, what are MOOCs, and what are that is massive open and online classes and Swayam. Then we have platforms, that is learning and evaluation, that is LMS platforms are also there. The implementation of BL blended learning is using generating the ideas, how to implement the blended learning, generating the ideas, then brainstorming, the way we try to brainstorm using the Jamboard. We can also create concept maps. Online concept map tools are also available, or mind maps are there. Then we can also create online simultaneously creative presentations be done. Then exposure to the real world and various cooperative learning strategies, like as whatever the cooperative learning strategies that you are aware using, think, pair, share, or jigsaw method, or four corners, or various other cooperative learning strategies are there, which can be used in the implementation of blended learning. The Indian framework for blended learning, this is given by UGC again, that is IPSIT, that is IP. I stands for Identify Resources and Learner-Centered Activities. P stands for Provide Resources and Announce Activities on Learning Management System. S stands for Scaffolding and Support to Learners. Now, role of, as I told you, role of teacher is not going to fade. It is not going to again extend. The role of teacher is there, but it's a role now here is not only one-way communication, but you have to scaffold it, you have to support your learners. You have to, then another I stands for identification of learning gaps and feedback. It is very important. As a teacher, we need to give the feedback and learning gaps, and we have to cope with the students who are not attending, who are not giving the favorable or positive responses. So for them, you have to identify the learning gaps and give them positive feedback. And lastly, the testing, the evaluation, which is again a part of any teaching learning process. That evaluation is the last step. So we have two Indian framework of blended learning, that is IPSIP. The suggestive framework for blended learning, as I told you this, but followed by this course structure is also there, where you can use your module, you can divide your modules, you can give the weightage, you can decide the number of hours, and you can design your activities using the number of hours. So this is again the template prepared by TSCER, and but this is again all these are flexible. You can make the changes in that. And one more very comprehensive model which is given by for the, if you want to cover 1 or 2 credit courses using this particular model, where in the first column you have the serial number of modules, then number of related learning outcomes, which is again inevitable. Learning outcomes are definitely, we have to mention how many learning outcomes you are going to cover. You have to write the week, you have to write the dates. Then out of class mode, what resources you will be using, that is digital, non-digital, books, articles, PDF, URLs, OERs, then CP stands for copyrighted permissions, then instructor made resources. What kind of resources that you will be using when you are out of class mode. Similarly, what activities you are going to design for the students, like field work or project work or collaborative work or the discussion forum or the creative products and etc. Creative products, like in the Moodle, as I have created the Moodle classroom, there is an option of discussion forum when the students are all are joining at the same time, and you can go on discussing. You can generate the discussion forum. You can design your activity even out of class mode, not necessarily in class mode. Then which ICT tool or which platform you are going to use it. Then in class mode, what are the various resources you will be using, what are the various activities that you have designed, and what is the duration in minutes. So these are the things which can be covered again in the course plan. So whenever you are trying to create the learning environment for the blended learning, you have to be very systematic. It's not just haphazardly you can move. You have to have proper planning even for the blended learning. Again, weightage is not how you are dividing your syllabus online, offline. That is also not a concern. But how judiciously, how meaningfully, how effectively you are dividing your syllabus and using both the blends integrating both technology as well as pedagogy. That is the skill, and that you can do in the course plan. So all the activities are very much thoughtful. They should be very much resourceful, and your every class can be make use of you can be dealt with the using blended learning. So thus blended learning assures for increase student engagement in learning, because this is our ultimate aim, the aim that a student should remain engaged in the classroom, and learning should take place in a different so through the different sources. So blended learning classroom assures for increased student engagement in learning, enhanced teacher and student interaction, responsibility for learning, time management and flexibility, improved student learning outcomes, enhanced institutional reputation, and lastly, the more flexible teaching and learning environment. So this is what it covers through the blended learning. What I was intending to tell you about this. And the one more video is there. If permission is there, I can play. Otherwise, my content is over. Now I will once again share this link. Sorry. And this finishes my topic, and just 4 questions are there. Quickly attempt with your own pace, no compulsion, and 5 questions are there. I have posted the link, you can share. So this finishes. These are my references, and these are the references, and thank you for all. So that's all for the today. Any questions if you want to ask, you are allowed. Anju ma'am, from my side it's over.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Nitin sir, please take the charge.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Dr. Ashwini ma'am. It was a wonderful experience we have heard from you, and you have given a great about the blended learning approach method to our students, teachers of our TSCER college. Hope they have learned a lot from you how to use this such kind of method in their sessions, or in, you can say, in the teaching method. Very well. Thank you, Dr. Ashwini ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for
Thank you so
shedding
much.
light. Thank you so much, ma'am, for shedding light on such important topic. Really, very well explained. Very well explained. I assure you that a student teacher of our college have learned and understood this concept very well. Your thinking and ideologies are creating a wave of awareness. Truly, if we had listened to your talk even for a full day, we would willingly listen to you with the same interest and attention. You are definitely one of the gems of our country. Thank you so much, Ashwini ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much for this lovely feedback.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashwini.
Thank you, Nitin sir. Thank you so much.
And it's really a blend of online and offline, and really you made it happen with our participants and all the student teachers. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your precious time. Thank you, Ashwini
so
ma'am.
much for giving me opportunity to present my views on this particular topic.
Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for being part of TSCR and making sure that we learn from you. And we look forward to meet you again, ma'am, for the coming programs. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank
To see you here on the platform. These are our students also. They are our colleagues also. Thank you, Megha ma'am, for lovely interaction and giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, ma'am. From my side also, ma'am. It was a wonderful session, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Nitin sir. Thank you, Ashwini ma'am. It was really such an informative session in detail knowledge. And as Nitin sir rightly said, we student teachers assure you that now when we enter the classroom after this session, we will surely make use of blended teaching and learning approach so that we create students who have a positive impact and understand concepts more better. This session will surely help us, all the student teachers present here, ma'am. We assure you of it. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank
now,
you so
this
much.
marks This marks the end of session 1. It's time for our lunch break. We shall all resume in next 30 minutes, that is by 1:35. Thank you, everyone.
Just information, ma'am, the link
Can I
which
leave?
you shared. Yes, ma'am, you can. Meanwhile, the link which Ashwini ma'am have sent, kindly please fill that particular Google form. Is it okay, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Okay, so thank you so much once again to all the so all the participants and all the
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much,
this
Ashwini ma'am.
opportunity.
Really, it was a great experience. Really.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye, ma'am.
Yes, Anjali, please start.
Yes, ma'am. So, good afternoon to one and all present here. Welcome back to Multidisciplinary National Webinar on Innovative and Interactive Approaches in Education, a global trend. I'm sure you all have enjoyed and learned in our first session of the webinar. I am Shri Kumari, the trainee teacher of Thakur Shyamnarayan College of Education and Research and the host of the webinar. We'll start this session with a beautiful quote rightly said by Albert Einstein. Education is not the learning of many facts, but the training of the mind to think, isn't it? With this thought, let us proceed to our second session on creative and interactive approach in teaching learning. And for this, I request our Assistant Professor of TSCER, Ms. Rukmani Yadav ma'am, to introduce our esteemed resource person, Dr. Karuna Sinha ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Anjali. Good afternoon, one and all. One and all present here. I, Rukmini Yadav, on the behalf of Thakur Shyamnarayan College of Education and Research, feeling privileged to welcome the speaker of second session of the webinar, which is Creative and Interactive Approach of Teaching. Creativity is a natural extension of our enthusiasm. With this quote, I would like to introduce our today's expert speaker, Dr. Karuna Sinha ma'am. Ma'am is highly qualified, lively, experienced, multitasking, generous, diligent, adventurous, cheerful, calm, and having n numbers of degrees, which is BA in English, Education, Political Science, and Indian Music, MA in Education, MA, PhD in Education. Madam has more than 20 years of teaching experience as a teacher educator, 10 years of experience in postgraduate level, 6 years of research experience, and 3 years of administrative experience at corporate level. Dr. Karuna Sinha ma'am has more than 7 chapters in edited books. Ma'am has more than 3 courses for developed for MA Education, IDL. The subjects were educational psychology, research methodology, developed e-content under UGC, Pathshala project with SNDT Women's University, Mumbai University for the paper education management for the following topics in the year 2017. Staff development, performance appraisal. Ma'am have developed e-content for NIOS Delhi for NIOS, senior secondary courses in 2018. More than 30 research papers as well as conceptual papers in various national and international levels. Ma'am have completed various major and minor projects under ICSSR, UGC, Bal Bharati, University of Mumbai and RUSA. Ma'am is an excellent guide in educational research, PhD, MPhil, MA with 12 students and many more are under guidance. Ma'am is awarded with Dr. Sohani Scholarship for PhD work, SNDT Women's University, Pune. Ma'am has also attended and presented more than 20 research-based and conceptual papers at national and international conferences in India and abroad.
Sorry to interrupt, you are not visible.
Is it fine now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm so sorry for that. Ma'am is an eminent personality and a successful committee member. More than
I think can we make the introduction now a little brief? Make it a little brief now. All right.
I'm so sorry, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Definitely, ma'am. Definitely. Just a second, ma'am. Under the guidance of Karuna ma'am, various webinars, workshops, and seminars and conferences are organized. Some of them are UGC sponsored. Ma'am were the coordinator at many more. Ma'am were the coordinator in many more organizations. Ma'am has also contributed in the formation of B.Ed syllabus with different papers. Yes, as ma'am said, without wasting the time of everyone, I know you all are eager to hear ma'am. Without taking too much time, I would request Dr. Karuna ma'am to take charge. Stage is all your ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rukmani. I think she was Rukmani for your very lucid but elaborative introduction.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
So before I start, a very good afternoon to Dr. Megha Gokhe, principal of the college, their faculty members, and all the participants I have heard, they are from Mumbai also, and they are from various states of India. So a very, very, very good afternoon. And thank you so much, Dr. Megha and her team and the management for giving me this opportunity to interact with you all today. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Before now, much ado. So let's start, because the topic which has been given to me is creative and interactive approaches in teaching. All right. Since this is an interactive, I have been asked to talk about interactive approach. So I thought of why not to go and take the session in an interactive way then. So I hope you have given me share screen permission.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Can I share the screen?
Yes,
All right, perfect. So what I have decided that I am going to share the link with you all, and you all can join those presentation together. Those who can join the link can join, because they will proceed ahead in the presentation with me. And those who cannot, they can definitely view the presentation on my screen. Since the session is about creative, making your team. I'm sure that some of you may be this software. So, but I thought of this is the best way of conveying that what exactly we mean by interactive one. I can see that 17 participants have connected with me. I'll just wait for another 1 minute and then we start. Have joined. Join fast those who can join. $20. $21. Quickly. Those who can. I would like the maximum participation, but nevertheless, those who cannot, they can view my presentation and they can always interact with me through chat box. 24. Because total is showing 83. At least half of you can join. $26. 28, 29. I'll wait for 40 and then I start, because at least half. Quickly. $29 पे stop हो गया. The T. Keep on joining. Last minute I'll wait and then I'll start. 31, 32. Quickly. $33. 34. Quickly, half a minute. Half a minute again. Because that will give me an indication that you are there with me.
Yes, students, TSCER students, please join.
Because it need not to be that you are behind the videos are off. Interactive, you all need to be there. 35. I said I'll wait till 40 because 83, 36, 30, 35 again. All right. Fine enough. Now, those who have joined, because I have the time constraint also. So this is the session which is about creative and interactive approaches in education. All right. I'm sure that all of you now start, I would definitely like to know that what according to you is innovative or is creative approach, because when we talk about creative, definitely that is an innovation. All right, so what according to you is creative or innovative approach? Quickly, 1 minute for you to respond. Yes, I have started getting the responses. What according to you is creative or innovative approach? I'm not going to teach you theory today. I'm not going to teach you theory, but I need to know what according to you. But yes, what according to you do you mean by creative approach or an innovative approach, or we talk about creative innovative approach? Yes. 13, 40 have joined basically and 13 responses. 14, keep on responding. Okay, involvement of new and unique techniques. Okay, something that develops curiosity. Very good. Something unconventional, beautiful, able to achieve the goal. Yes, very right. Unconventional, I definitely liked it. All right. Unconventional, which is not the traditional one. All right. And yes, unconventional is always beautiful also, because that is not the one which has been used by everybody. And for us definitely very good. Students active, where the students are participating in the teaching and learning process. Innovative is think of creativity itself. As I said, creative means innovative, and that is out of box, because that is new, which has not been used by anyone. Using something which is novel engages learners. Now here it is something new, we know it engages learners also. All right, there is lots of every student is engaged in the teaching and learning process. Something new and original. It's a new way of teaching. Yes, absolutely correct. Okay, fine enough. Now those.
Ma'am, this is Anju. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Ma'am, your voice is breaking. So somewhere, I think connectivity is not so clear. Will you please check?
Let me check. Give me a minute.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Give me a minute. Anju, am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
It's completely fine.
All
Thank you so much.
all right. Thank you, Anju. Thank you so much. All right. So yes, those who have responded very correctly, although I have got only 22 responses. Yes, innovative, or we talk about creative approach, is definitely out of box, is definitely new, is definitely unconventional, is definitely where the learners are actively participating in the teaching and learning process. Absolutely correct one. All right. So this is one slide only I have taken. No theoretical, as I said. So they don't mean always, when we talk about creative approaches, they don't always mean that you are introducing the new one, the latest technology, the latest pedagogies in the classroom. That is not innovation. All right. So that is not, we don't say that is innovation, that is creative. If some latest technology has come, latest pedagogy has been evolved, and the teacher is involving or using that, that doesn't mean creative, or that doesn't mean innovation. Instead, when we talk about creative teaching, or when we talk about creative approach, it is the proactive introduction of something new, all right, something unique, which has not been tested, which has not been used before in your classroom. Now, here I would like to add one thing, maybe some new latest technology, maybe some latest pedagogy, but the teacher is using that in her own way, in a new way. That's also a creative approach of teaching. Now, the purpose of introducing these new or creative pedagogies and methods is simply to improve the academic outcomes. As somebody said that interactive, students will be participating, students will be interactive in the classroom. And because the intent of every teaching is that the learners need to learn. I was just hearing in the morning for some time in the inaugural address, the chief guest, she said the times have changed, and we cannot remain in the old space, previous space, where the teacher is teaching and the students are listening. No, we are talking about learning based outcome pedagogies, curriculum. And therefore, we need to have the creative and new approaches which will help students to learn, all right, achieve, all right, and prepare them for life also, and apply whatever they are learning in the classroom. And that is actually, we talk about the creative approaches, and that will definitely prepare them for real life situations, real life problems, and that will also, creative approaches will also help a teacher to promote equitable learning environment in the classroom. When I'm talking about equitable learning environment, what do we mean the equitable learning environment is? That a kind of a learning environment where the teacher provides space to everyone to learn, all right? Otherwise, through lecture method or through the conventional mode of teaching, it is some of them are learning, some of them are understanding, some of them are achieving, and whereas those who have not achieved, those who have not understood, we say, fine enough, my job was there to go to the classroom and teach over there. My job is over. Now they have not learned, they have not achieved. That's not my fault. But no, that is not the real approach of teaching. Creative approach definitely talks about using different kinds of pedagogies where everybody is involved, where everybody learns, where the teacher promotes equitable learning environment in the classroom. Why do we require creative approaches in teaching? Quickly. Why do we require? I said something. Can you reproduce that, what I said? Why do we require creative approaches? Teachers have been teaching for years, all right? And suddenly, why do we feel that there is a need of using creative approach in the classroom? Why? Quickly, 1 minute. One minute, 9 responses, quickly. Ten responses. Only 10? 12. Okay, very good. Make students active, involved in teaching learning process, also think creatively and critically also, very good. To engage students and keep them interested, very nice. To maintain the interest of the students, excellent. To make learning interesting and to grab attention of all learners, very good. To engage all the students present, okay. To make topics interesting, to interact, to develop interest, to make learning permanent, and to have learning by doing. All right, I like this. To make learning permanent, all right. I like this statement because if learning is permanent, then only we can say that they are going to apply. We are preparing them for life because they are going to use that in their life situations. Very good. Whosoever has written it is there with me. For inclusive classroom, yes, we are talking about inclusion, okay. For facilitating better student-teacher engagement, yes. To involve students and make our session interactive one. To make learning interesting and interactive, yes. Better understanding, yes ma'am. Critical thinking, make it more interesting. All right, apply knowledge, construct own knowledge, very good. To make the learning for life, develop ideas and knowledge, long-lasting learning, to deliver what you want, aage kya hai? Spark curiosity. All right, very good. I'm happy that I am getting some very good responses. Although it is only 18, and the total number of presentation in the webinar is 85, if I'm looking at it, with some of your faculty members and then but participants. But anyways, those who have written down, I appreciate that you are there with me and you have responded very correctly that why do we require creative approach? I'll just say one more thing over here. I don't know how many of you are aware of NEP 2020, all right? NEP 2020 talks about that we don't need to promote rote learning now, all right? So it is that we need to help students to understand, all right? The focus of the teaching has to be on the understanding of the content, understanding of the concepts, all right? Rote learning need to be rejected, all right? And NEP 2020 talks about making inclusive classrooms, making every classroom an equitable learning classroom, all right? And NEP 2020 talks about developing creativity among the students, promoting innovations in the classroom, and preparing them for life. So definitely, therefore, looking at present structure and looking at the future landscape of knowledge, which is going to be there in India in future, we need to promote creativity and innovation in the classroom. So therefore, we require creative approaches in our teaching. Now let's have, because as I said, no theory, a little bit I need to give you a feel of that what kind of, there are many creative approaches, but I'm not going to give you the typical creative approaches which you must have heard about. So let's have a look at some of the creative approaches, all right, which are there, which the teacher can use. The design thinking process is one of the very famous creative approaches. I don't know how many of us are using it in our classrooms, but it is a creative approach and a challenge and engage students, challenge the thought process of the students in the classroom and engage students in the class. All right, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. I'm not going to give you only the theoretical aspect of it. But what is that design thinking process? There are 5 phases are involved into it. That is the discovery part of it, interpretation of it, ideation is creating of ideas, experimentation of those ideas, and evolving a new idea. All right. So discovering an idea, interpreting that idea, creating idea, experimenting those ideas, and definitely an evolving, we say a new idea has evolved. All right. And for each this phase, students and teachers can definitely follow some kind of patterns while they are teaching. Now, it is not that they need to be used in the same way, the way I have written down it over here. All right. So it is because discovery, interpretation, ideation, experimentation, and evolution. So it can happen in sequence has to be maintained, but definitely ideas can be of different types. Interpretation can be of different types. Creation of the ideas can be of different ways, can be. Experimentation can happen in different ways. So I have a challenge. How do I approach the challenge? I have an issue. How do I approach that issue? I have learned something. How do I understand that in a much better way? All right. I have an idea when I say I see an opportunity or idea. How can I create that idea now? All right. What better or what more I can add to that idea? I have an idea. How can I build that idea? I have one small idea and I want to build more on that. All right. I tried something new. How do I make it evolve? These are some ways, all right, which can be used. I'll just give you an example. We had COVID-19 pandemic. All right. So the idea came. What to do now? This was a challenge. What to do now? But the medical fraternity got together. They have a challenge how to approach that challenge. All right. Some basic information they learned, but how to understand that what is the cause of COVID-19? What are the different strains, variants of COVID-19? All right. How have they interpreted the information based on whatever information was available? All right. So this was an opportunity for the medical fraternity to come up with some new ideas, to create some new ideas. So yes, they had some ideas We can have this kind of vaccine, but how to build that vaccine which will be totally efficient, which will have total efficiency, efficacy, 100% efficacy can it have? All right, tried something new, and but that was only 50% efficient. But then how do I make it evolve? Can we have something more, better? What can be added more so that we can have 90% efficiency also? All right. So this, I have given you an example like this, that this is the way that we can have it. I'm sure that with COVID-19 now, we have some kind of different, right now we are having lots of issues facing COVID-19 tha. I'm sure we have Ukraine and Russia war is happening, and that has had an impact on global economy. Inflation is coming. All right. So when you are teaching inflation, when you're teaching diseases, keep all these examples in mind. You're teaching inflation. All right, global problem kya hai? Discover the problem. How to approach the problem. What kind of challenges are there? How to understand the problem. What kind of opportunities are there for Indian markets? All right, Indian government. So what kind of ideas have there in order to reduce the inflation in India? How can you build up the ideas? Has the government done something? Or what ideas students can have? It is to challenge their thought process. Students' thought process need to be challenged. All right. And the same thing we can have when you're teaching diseases in science, you can challenge the thought process of the students, give them clues and let them come up with the new ideas. I have a small activity, topic inflation, because I thought of you are student community, global issue, what kind of opportunity India has or can create. Identify one idea which you have and can build more. Right now, quickly, 2 minutes I'm giving you. Inflation, I have given you some ideas. Inflation, it is a topic in economics. I have, we take her help always. What kind of opportunities India has or can create under the present situation? All right. So diesel, petrol, inflation, markets are going to have impact of Ukraine and Russia. One idea which you can build up, or India, you feel India can build up, and that can help our government to reduce inflation. And that is based on my previous, I'm not taking because I have time constraint, design thinking process based. Quickly, yes. 1 minute, only 1 minute for you. I want everybody there with me. I have only 5 responses. Quickly. I will not, because we are talking about creative and interactive approach. I will not let you sit and listen to me. I'm not here to give you theoretical interpretations and theory of what is creativity and what is interactive. It is involving both creativity and interactive. 8. Only 8. Nine. Last 1 minute. And then I take theirs because I have to move ahead. 10. All right. Co-Indian, Atmanirbhar, domestic productions of resources. Very good. Alternative fuel can help India reduce import bill. research. Very good. Very good. India has a strong young population which even becomes a productive, have entrepreneurs, professional. It will surely resolve inflation. Very good. Import oil from Russia. All right. Climate change. Atmanirbhar Bharat. We can spread awareness among the people about impact. And cause, what is that? Provide opportunity to everyone, make entrepreneurs. Okay. More use of renewable resources. Okay. Give chance to local industries, reduce China import. Talents. All right. Somebody said biofuel research, domestic productions. Okay. Now, you know, when you are using it, yes, right, 11 responses I have. I can't wait because I have to move ahead. Now, you can take it ahead from there also. Somebody said domestic productions. Already list the domestic productions and elaborate on the ideas. That how, what kind of domestic productions, how we can have more production, all right? Because we have this limited production or we have this kind of production, but how can we have more productions? Give the ideas. In which area can we have more production? And how the government of India is going to go ahead with that. What I mean to say that one idea, if you feel that it is incomplete, redirect that idea again to them and let them construct their ideas again. And towards the end, yes, definitely, we will have a new, constructive, creative, innovative idea will definitely evolve. Now, you may say that innovative ideas are evolved in the classroom. I'm sure that our children are the future of the country. Today, the ideas which they are giving, that is why our Prime Minister, Honorable Narendra Modi ji, is talking to the young generation because he wants to take their ideas and build India's future on their ideas. So their ideas do have values. So that was one approach, creative approach. Now I have another approach for language. All right, I will quickly ask you to do it. So we have, and that is definitely going to challenge thought process of students, and that is definitely going to engage students. Now this is specifically for language. All right, and make teaching, we try to make language teaching fun for students, because when they learn in an environment which is non-threatening environment, the creativity flow, the ideas flow, originality flow. All right, and it is like give incomplete language teaching, give incomplete sentences, and let students make a story and give it a suitable title to it. Now you may say how it goes. You can make students the writers, all right, in your classrooms and develop their thought process, develop their creativity. Now how it goes? Quickly, 1 minute. I have given you some, make a short story and give a title. Just 2 minutes. I have given you some words and I want you all to make a short story of it. 2 minutes I'll give you. I have given you word girl, jungle, tiger, light, sounds, vehicle, mother, cry, laugh, home. I've given you some words. Use these words and construct a short story, but give it a title also. 2 minutes I have, and I want you to identify yourself, that how many of you had thought that you can write also, and you can write very creatively. Two minutes. I have 10 responses. Very good. Quickly, quickly. Only 10 are there with me. I hope there are 84 are there apart from the faculty. I hope there are more because only 10 are responding. Although 44 have joined the link. Chat box. Students become curious and they had introduced. Okay, very good. Okay, chat में भी नहीं है ज़्यादा. 13 responses. Fine enough. Last 1 minute because it is a story. So I want you to all to write down in a very nice way so that that will have some meaning. Okay, only 14. Let me see. Girl rescues herself. Okay, some of you are still writing down. Fine enough, fine enough. Write down, write down. I want to see very nice stories by you. Because I have to go to the ICT based interactive because I need to give you a feel of some interactive ICT based pedagogies. A girl gets lost, girl rescues herself. A girl gets lost in the jungle. She comes across a tiger. She runs away. The tiger chases her. The mother comes with her car to save the girl. At the end, the girl is saved. She reaches home safely. Very nice. Very good. Jungle safari. Wow. Girl goes to the jungle safari and comes face to face with a tiger. Okay. Thunder and lightning are showering, and the girl is in a safari vehicle. Mother hears the cry of the girl, wakes her up because she is at home sleeping. Oh, really nice. Very good. The girl named Nina lived in jungle with her mother. She heard a sound of tiger during night. She kept the light on and using her mobile. The tiger got scared and mother started laughing. Okay, very nice. A trip, very good. In the jungle of Africa, a girl went on tiger safari with her mother at night. Please mute yourselves. Those who have unmuted, please. Organizers, please mute the person who has unmuted.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
All right. They were happy to travel together, but suddenly they heard sounds of roaring near her car. They light the torch, okay, and peeped out the car, but there was no one. Again heard the sound and they realized it was a notification in mobile. They both laughed and reached home. Very nice. Girl is roaming in jungle. Suddenly tiger came with thunder, light and sounds. Girl scared. Suddenly mother came on vehicle. She hugged her mom tightly and cried. They go home. After that, happily, I need to have a title also. A girl once went to visit a jungle on a vehicle with her mother. She saw a tiger there suddenly in front of her. As the vehicle light enough to see the tiger in fear, she made sounds to have herself and her mother save herself and mother. Both were crying due to fear, but the tiger went back to his way. They came home laughing and happily. Very nice. Some title to this, please. Animals are, yes, very nice. Can I have the title of this? Animals are what? Intelligence. Their home. Girl was one, okay, bright beam of light and then heard some knocking sound. She woke up to realize she was in a vehicle. She had all mixed emotions. She cried as she was frightened, but then laughed because it was just a dream. Soon as she reached home, she felt safe and then thought it is wrong that we are destroying tigers and other animals. Very nice. Very good.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I have sent my story in the chat because I was unable to join the link.
No worries, dear. No worries. I'll have a look at it. I'll definitely have a look at it. One day, a girl was passing by jungle. See some beautiful sentences written by you all. A girl's playing with her mother, the boat. Okay. Curiosity kills the cat. Oh, that's something different. Once upon a time, girl named Ellie happened to go explore jungle with her mother. She happened to see many animals along with her mother. After some time, she saw a butterfly. Oh, she went after her. Very nice. Starting. Very good. Very good. I'm really happy now. This was, I will definitely go to the chat box also. But this was an activity to show you that how you can use a simple technique in the classroom while you are teaching language. Now, where from I have picked up the words simply, all right, but you can pick up the words. Teachers can pick up the words from the prose lessons also, from the poetry lessons also, all right, and pick up once that lesson is over to develop the creativity, to develop their thought process and engage them. So she can pick up those words, some words from the prose itself, from the poetry itself, and ask the students to explore these words in their own words and come up with something different, come up with some new ideas in language. I am just referring to the chat box. This is Charlotte has written down all about Lily. A young girl called Lily stayed in a jungle. Their mother, they had few members in their house. One day they heard loud sounds outside. They saw someone flashing the light at them and understand that a stranger had come there on his vehicle. They understood that he was a hunter who had killed a tiger. Lily was disappointed to see this. Asked the hunter, even this tiger must have been a mother of a cub. How will the cub live? And now on, the hunter realized his mistake and promised Lily to never hurt animals again. Absolutely fantastic. I think I need to give you a clap for such a fantastic and original short story. All right. Yes, my all congratulations to you there, that you could think out of box, and this is real out of box story. Charlotte, congratulations for being really original. I liked it so much.
Thank you.
All right. So then, give me a minute now. Let's move ahead now. Okay. So I personally believe that while we're talking about creativity, creative approaches will not be successful, or we cannot use them unless and until we don't develop students' metacognitive abilities and we don't develop their reflective thinking. And we can definitely have one of the very nice strategies for developing metacognitive abilities is to use KWL strategy. That is, K stands for what you know about the topic. W stands for what you want to know about the topic. L stands for what new information have you learned today. All right. So we can add one more step, H. How can I know more about it? So we can definitely use this strategy in the classroom. Any topic can be taken up, whichever topic a teacher is teaching. This is a very simple strategy, but this will definitely engage students. All right. And this definitely towards the end, when we add, because the first three KWL, maybe that is based on what they have known before, what they have understood before, based on understanding. But then if we add one more edge over there, what more? All right. Or how can I know more about it, about the topic? All right. What more or how can I know more about it? That will definitely be a little different, and that will be a little creative, and that will challenge them. All right. So use KWL strategy in your classrooms. Use reflective questions in the classrooms. All right. So that is every teacher to prepare a reflective page of every child. All right. Or rather, they can ask students to prepare a reflective journal of theirs. All right. And then they can definitely reflect on their own ideas, insights, all right, which they have gained or what more they want to explore. So we can have insights, what I have learned, applications, how I am going to apply it, what I have learned, because we need to prepare them for life. All right. When and how are you going to apply what you have learned in the classroom? What I need to learn or explore further, it is based on the same thing, metacognitive abilities. So we can have such kind of questions being given to them. I didn't enjoy today's class because of this, and this. I was very comfortable with the content which I learned, right? This, and give them incomplete statements and let them complete the statements. I had difficulty with understanding this particular part of the content. I could have improved my work. I could have understood it better. I could have improved. All right. So reflections can definitely help them to explore more ideas. Reflections can definitely help them not to get restricted to the classroom content which the teacher has given them in the classroom. All right. So they can definitely, you can towards the end, every teacher can do it on daily basis. The 3 best things about my work today or your work today, or the 3 best things that happened to you in the classroom today. All right. 3 best things, what you learn, what you want to learn, how you want to learn. Write down 3 best things about all these 3 questions. And they are definitely going to help them to get engaged and will challenge their thought process. We have another very nice approach, which is very close to my heart. I would have taken 3 hours in using how to use 6 thinking hats in the classroom and make teaching really completely different one. All right. So this is Edward de Bono's 6 thinking hats. And if anytime I get an opportunity to interact with you, only to use how to use 6 thinking hats, because Edward de Bono has given 6 colors to hats. Recently he has added one more to it. All right. So, and each color has an action to be performed, has something related to that. When we pick up any issue, when we teach anything in the classroom and want to take the students beyond that content which I am giving in the classroom. So you have a white cap. When the students wear white cap, every student, when the issues, problems are being given to them in the classroom, so the teacher uses these 6 hats, and she wants or he wants them to wear that cap at that time and look at the problem from that perspective. Because each cap is supposed to have one perspective related to the issue. Now, for example, we have white cap is the facts, all facts related to the issue. All right. And red cap is related to the emotions related to the issue. Now, for example, this is COVID-19. Facts, all facts around the world. Emotions is that people, for example, people are suffering very badly. So many innocent peoples have died. Conflicts around the world. Facts are Ukraine and Russia is having, why I'm picking up, because this is recent. Ukraine and Russia. Actual information is the cities are getting destroyed. All right. Emotions is but the people are migrating. All right. Look at the plight of them. Russia wants to capture how people are suffering. I'm just giving an example. Emotional part of the problem. Benefits is the yellow hat. Is there any benefit related to it? Let students, I'm not going to say benefits, whether it is going to be, because for Russia, maybe the benefits are there. Because Russia was saying NATO is having a kind of a, they are getting together against Russia. So this attack, invasion on Ukraine is going to be beneficial for them. But are there any benefits? Let students explore about. So we can have many issues. Global warming is there, climate change is there. All right. So migration is there, democracy is there. So benefits. Then green is the basic creativity and the ideas generated by the students. Blue is the planning, the entire process if the new idea is to be. I have just reshuffled them. It is not that it goes in the same manner, sequence. No, it doesn't go in the same sequence. It is the way the teacher wants to use them in the classroom. The process involved, there may be some steps involved into finding out the solution to the problem. All right. Or there may be the process when we are talking about global warming. What kind of process has been happening around the world? That is why the global warming is there. And judgment, black hat is judgment. All right. So judgment talks about being cautious. One, while arriving at some kind of conclusion or creating something, one has to be extra cautious also, thinking, arriving at judgment, whether this is going to be exploring the all other areas, whether this is going to be beneficial or not. All right. So that judgment has to be there before the ideas are created. These are the original 6 thinking hats, which have been evolved by Edward de Bono, but recently he has added one royal hat to it. All right. And that is, look at the color, is that committed and invested, subjectively seeking objectivity. All right. We are all subject, we have subjective opinions, but putting those subjective opinions aside and together arriving at the objective opinion. This is the 6 thinking hats plus 1. I'm sure that if the teachers try this in the classroom, completely innovative, creative, challenging, and interactive one. You're going to see your students in a completely different avatar when we talk about expressing their ideas, flowing of ideas, and true and real creativity coming up in the classroom. Try out this 6 thinking hats, those who can. All right. Lots of material is available on net. All right. How to use 6 thinking hats in the classroom. Now, before I go to the interactive pedagogies, I'll take some time. But before that, because I was talking about metacognition, I talked about reflective, small reflections. All right. 2 questions, what you have learned today. Now, I will not say yesterday, because I was thinking yesterday, maybe you have learned something yesterday. Today itself, we can have. What you have learned today, as morning say, till today, till this point of time, what have you learned? How are you going to apply that? What new you want to know till this point, as far as this webinar is concerned? Quickly answer these 3 questions. What have you learned today? How are you going to apply? Because you had the first session also. How are you going to apply that in coming days, in future? And what more do you want to know today? All right, 6 responses. Quickly, I'll give you last 1 minute. I'm sure those who are here since morning, I'm sure they must have learned, you must have learned something today. And it is not only that you have learned and that it's going to go away like that only. I'm sure every learning environment which is being provided or created by the institutions, you need to apply that learning somewhere. And how are you going to learn, apply that what you have learned since morning? And what more do you want to learn? Quickly, these are the 3 questions. Only 8 of you? Only 8? Nine. Okay. Last 1 minute. Nine. 10. All right. Blended approach, give pre-activity to the students before they come to class. KWAP, group activity, topicals for primary before introduction of the topic. Need to learn more methodology or approaches for innovative teaching. All right, very good. About innovations, interactions, and also creativity, how you make students active, combine, use it interactively. Okay, teachers should make use of blended learning, creativity, interaction, by making use of technology and innovativeness, everything that is helpful to me as a teacher, very good. Innovative teaching will use these methods in the classrooms, very good. Innovative ways to interact, will use it in teaching learning process, absolutely fantastic. Continue to learn and master these innovations, ways of interacting, absolutely good. I have to become innovative. I'm going to apply it by practicing it in my class with the students, very good. I want to know how can we reach out to the children in the most remote areas, very good. Good question. Very good question, huh? Today I have learned about innovative methods of learning, blended learning methods, creative and interactive learning methods. I'm going to apply this in my teaching method from today. I would like to know more about different apps to make lesson plans effective for all our students. All right, something more is there. I learned what is creativity and blended. Will use my creativity to make my students very good. Innovative teaching learning strategies, catering needs of all students. Cognition, very good. New, you want methodologies, use of technology. All right, very good. Okay, okay, all right. So many more things to come. All right, good one, good try. And I'm happy that yes, you all, those who have responded, that yes, you have some takeaways. All right, very good. That you have learned something and you are ready to use them in your classrooms, or you plan to use that for effective teaching learning process. Absolutely fantastic. All right, now I am taking you quickly to some of the apps. Interactive approach. All right, now what is interactive approach? I'm sure I don't have to say much because I try to make it interactive one. All right, so that is interactive when you want your students to be actively involved into the teaching learning process, because it should not be one-way communication. Teaching should never be a one-way communication. Teaching has to be a two-way communication. Then only we can say it was or it is an interactive process. So interactive pedagogy as the interacting and interrelationship between the students in the process of communication. Students need to be actively involved into the teaching and learning process, in which the process of teaching and studying requires a dynamic and open character, where we can see openly that what students have achieved, what students have learned. All right, that is why I asked you that have you learned something today, and do you really want to use that? And that is one of the most important elements of interactive approaches. Now let's quickly have a look at some of the ICT based interactive approaches. Now I'm sure that you all must have realized till this point that what was I doing? I was using an interactive PowerPoint presentation. All right. And this kind of interactive PowerPoint presentation is, I have used a specific software or app which is known as Pear Deck. And I'm sure, I don't know how many of you have used it before, are aware of. I'll stop my screen for a minute. How many of you, okay, very nice, because I have some chats also. Give me a minute. Today I learned about important topics, and I am happy to have achieved this in today's class. Thank you, ma'am, for imparting such a broad-minded approach. Very good. Charlotte, thank you so much. I'm happy that you have something, you have taken something from my class. Today I learned about how to polish the skills to make an effective and efficient learning with the help of innovative methods and techniques. Very good. Excellent. Excellent. I'm really happy. Yes? Yes, Charlotte, you want to say something?
I was saying thank you to you.
You were saying?
Thank you to you.
Oh, you're welcome, dear. Absolutely. Welcome. Pleasure was completely mine. Pleasure was completely mine. All right. So I just want to know that how many of you have used this app or software in your classroom, Pear Deck? I am just going for a gallery walk this window. How many of you have used this Pear Deck? Raise your hands to me. Anju has used, Disha has used. Okay, very good. So I have only two. Okay, fine enough. Fine enough. So I will quickly share the screen because I need to then give you a feel of quickly. All right. Now, before I move ahead, yes, Anju, thank you so much. You have raised your hand. I'm sure that you are a technology person. You must have used it because this is an app which involves students and is keeping them with you when we are using ICT. Now, this is not very difficult. This is not very difficult at all. Okay. Now, I'll quickly tell you that you need to have a Google account. All right.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt you, ma'am, but ma'am, again the voice is cracking.
Again, the voice is cracking. Give me a minute, because there was.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Totally.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you,
Totally
Anju.
fine. Thank you.
Quickly, I am just showing to all of you that what you need to do is that you can have your PPT. You can have that on your drive, all right, where you need to have, give me a minute, because it is just going here. All right, so you can have your PPT on Google Slides, all right, and then you have to download this add-on Pear Deck, all right, and then you can simply, when you download that software, if you have the Google account, you don't have to pay for it. It is free, all right, and then here you, after you have your Google slide prepared, go on this add-ons, all right, and then it will show you Pear Deck for your Google Slides add-on. You have to simply click on that, all right. That will open up the this Pear Deck for you in your Google Slides, and then you have the templates over here. Go to the templates that shows you the kind of, see, the kind of slide which I have inserted, the interactive slide which I have inserted over here. So in your template slide, look at this. You have, you have your template slide where you can have before lesson also, after lesson also, and even in the conclusion also. You can have your insert slides can be inserted, all right, and you can make your presentation interactive one, all right. Give me a minute now. I need to go to the original one. All right, is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now that was the one app which you all can use and make your teaching learning interactive one. I'm sure that use Pear Deck when you are in an online mode. Use Pear Deck and make your teaching learning process an interactive one. That was the one. And second is use of Jamboard. How many of you have used Jamboard? For making your teaching learning an interactive one, and getting responses from students. Anju, yes, I'm sure, Anju and Deepu, only two of you. All right. Megha, yes, Megha, I'm sure you all must be using it. Very good. But I would just like, I'll just share the screen. Now, you know, this Jamboard is a very nice whiteboard, or a digital whiteboard, which can definitely, it is very easy to access it. All right. Yes, Megha, I could see you using that, raising your hand and saying that you have been using it. All right. So again, I'll say that Jamboard is a very, and it gives you, give me a minute again. I'll just take that quickly. Now, is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So what can you see on my screen, this drive?
ICT based use of Jamboard, ma'am.
Okay. Use of Jamboard. Give me a minute. Okay. Now see, you have, give me a minute. I'll first stop everything and then give me a minute.
Yes.
Because I have many videos. Okay. Now see, I have opened up the Google account. It is there. Again, you need to have a Google account. All right. And see, there you have, can you all see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you? Okay, perfect. Now see, you have your Google Apps here. All right. Go to the Google Apps there, and in the Google Apps only, you will have an app. It is the Jamboard app. All right. Open up this Jamboard. It will open up. See, I have many Jamboards opened up. All right. Now you can have, create one new, the plus sign is here. You need to create a new one. All right. You will click on that. A new Jamboard will open up. It's very easy because these are, I'm giving you an idea of the ones which are very, very, very easy ones. And look at this, a new open whiteboard has opened up. All right. Now I can definitely set my background here. It's giving me some options, the kind of background which I want to have. All right. I want to have a blue one. And I want to give the title also here. So double click on that, it will have the title. All right. And I can have ICT session, ICT based pedagogy. All right. Okay. So yes. Now I want to add, now these are all, you have pen, if you want to draw, you have eraser also, you have select, if you want to select anything. But here I want to have the same main thing is sticky note. And if you want to put a note now for you, all right. For example, I'll say I am putting one thing for you that use of ICT pedagogy. All right. And that is, I want to have it here and I want to now close it. I want to, this was sticky note and I want to have add image also. I have the image option also. I can go to the URL, upload. There are many options. I can select a file and I can have go to internet directly from here. All right. And upload. Now I want to share it with all of you so that you can also write. So I will share. Quickly, I'm doing that. All right. So, but I want to have the link. Updating. I want you to edit. Done. Copy link. Done. All right. And quickly, I am sharing the link with you all. So I will have it in the chat box. Is the link. You all can access my Jamboard and you can give such link to the students. Quickly, half a minute can we have? I will share now screen again Jamboard. All right. And you all can now write down and post your uses of ICT. All right. Simply on the plus point sign, or you can just click over there and you can stick the notes over there. All right. So that is one thing. Okay. And but you can have at one point of time, you can have many screens. Now this is one screen. You can open up to 6 screens at one point of time. And on every screen, we can have different, maybe I have 3 subunits, 4 subunits, and I can give them to the students. All right. And that was your Jamboard. I am running short of time, but I have a couple of more ones because use of Padlet. How many of you have used Padlet? Again, okay, couple of you have used. Very good. Padlet, fine enough. So yes, that is again, Padlet is again I'll share the screen. Padlet is again Kinnery. Yes, very good. Padlet is again, it's a free app which you can use. All right. And the same way you will have a wall of Padlet where you can ask the students to post their whatever you want to ask, post their answers, whatever you want to have. All right. And then we have the idea boards also. Now tell me how many of you have used idea boards? How many of you have used idea boards? Okay, 2 of you. Okay, quickly, let me go my presentation. Okay, now look at it. I'm again opening up a new window over here. And quickly, that is again a free app, all right, software. So you can have idea boards. Here, Google में type कीजिए आप. Idea boards आ जाएगा. Look at this idea boards because I have many idea boards. You can have create new, but the best part of it is that it gives you. You need to have a name, description, and selection. You can have many sections. If you have 4 sections, for example, all right, it gives me, all right, ICT 1, which you learn today, ICT 2, which you learn today, ICT 3, which you learn today, all right. So it will have name, maybe I will have, all right, ICT based pedagogies. Okay, and then yes, I'm not a robot. No, now it is asking for verification. Okay, that will take a little bit of time because I don't have so much of time. So we can have create, and it creates an idea board. Okay, it is asking me taxis. I can skip. Okay, so I have been successful. So I can say create. Something has went wrong. Maybe the please provide, okay, name. It is asking me name with character. Now see, this is this kind of, it will have ICT 1, and it can be, the link can be shared with the students now. It has got a link here. So this link you can copy and you can paste it with your students. Now what I want to tell you here is, I'm just winding up here. I've got the link is there, I've shared, and I will open access. Oh, sorry. I'll access my idea boards here, and they can come back to my idea boards. They can, you have to just simply click on add sticky note. It will add and you can post your answer here. All right. So that is idea boards, and it has got many sections can be created over there. All right. So that was idea boards, and I think I have come to the last now slide because I have only 2-3 minutes left because I have got some other assignment also. But before I end, I hope I tried my best within the stipulated time, which was given to me 1.5 hours, creative as well as interactive pedagogies or approaches which we can use to make some kind of change and to have some kind of good impact on teaching and learning process in the classroom. I think if at least you can use one in your classroom, I will think that this 1.5 hour which was given to me was of something. But before I end up last, I would just like you to tell me at least one takeaway from my session. Quickly, one last one. Quickly. Actually, there are presentation and interaction. Okay, very good. Very good. Okay. Okay, very nice. Very good. Excellent. Very good to be creative. Absolutely, definitely. Thank you. God bless you. Okay. All right. Clear with the concepts. Very good. Very nice. All right. So I'm sure that, thank you so much. I'm sure that I'll stop sharing the screen. Okay, some of you have an encouraging approach to all the very good creative, very interactive. Okay, fine, a creative interaction. Very nice. So from my side, thank you so much once again, the organizers for and Dr. Megha and her team. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be there with you today. I hope this 1.5 hour, I tried my best to do justice to the topic which was given to me, with all my good wishes to all of you for your future endeavors. God bless you all, and God bless Dr. Megha, our team, and all the participants who are here present today. Thank you so much once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for giving us your valuable time.
It was pleasure was mine.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And I am feeling immense pleasure to extend heartful great gratitude to you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Such a wonderful session, ma'am. Such a wonderful session. I deeply appreciate the wonderful presentation that you have done, ma'am. I was actually thinking that how you were able to keep the audience engaged throughout the session.
Because it was creative
wonderful,
and
ma'am.
interactive. The challenge was here with me, huh?
Yes, ma'am. But ma'am, it was amazing. And I know everyone who are present here, they are actually appreciating you for this, like this presentation, ma'am. And the presentation skills were indeed impeccable, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
It was absolutely incredible how you tailored your thoughts to the audience, captivated them from the beginning to your presentation to the end, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Completely my pleasure. It was completely my pleasure. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the lively, interactive, and such a beautiful session as you are always.
Thank you.
And
Thank you,
special
Dr.
thanks
Megha.
from the
Thank you
bottom
so
of
much.
my heart to my mentor, my guide.
Always there.
Thank
Always
you
there.
so much. Thank you so much.
Always there. Always there. And God bless you all. My all good wishes for you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. May I leave the meeting with your permission?
Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you so much.
Sharna
Thank you
Sinha,
so much.
ma'am. It
Thank
was
you.
really very interactive session, and we learned a lot from you.
Thank you so much, dear.
We learned how to present the session. Really,
Thank
it
you
was
so
really a
much.
great session.
Thank you, dear. Thank
Dr.
you so
Megha,
much.
ma'am, and thank you, Rukmani, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
you,
Always
ma'am.
there. Always there. Thank you
Sure.
so
Thank you,
much.
Thank you, ma'am.
So with your permission, may I leave? May I leave the
ma'am.
meeting?
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Sure, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
So now I request our assistant professor, Mrs. Payal Batavia, ma'am, to come ahead for report reading and also to provide other details related to webinar. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Anjali. Good afternoon to esteemed speakers, dignitary, and all wonderful participants present here along with our TSCER family. I, Payal Vitavia, coordinator of webinar and assistant professor of TSCER, would like to present report of today's webinar. The webinar began with virtual lightning ceremony followed by prayer. After that, Assistant Professor Mrs. Alpa Yadav presented the details of TSCER. Later, Principal Megha Gokhe ma'am delivered formal welcome address followed by webinar briefing by Assistant Professor Dr. Anju Chapla. The seminar started with keynote speaker Dr. Sangeeta Bangi, Dean Academics, Manav Rachna University, Faridabad, Haryana. The ma'am was formally introduced by our Assistant Professor, Mrs. Foram Patel. Ma'am very well began the session. That's why children are not interested to go to school and how the role of teacher over here is important. She very well said that child has to be brought up like a plant in a garden by the teacher. Ma'am rightly said how ancient education focus on imparting skills and modern education on only curriculum. At last, ma'am gave us examples of her teaching, which gave us insight of innovative teaching. Thank you note was presented by Assistant Professor Mrs. Foram Patel. After short break, we had a session about blended approaches in teaching learning by Dr. Ashwini Karwante, ma'am, Associate Professor, Department of Education, University of Mumbai. Ma'am was formally welcomed by Assistant Professor Mr. Nitin Jain. Ma'am rightly began the session with the use of different apps like Jamboard, Google Form, discussion on the chat to make the session more interactive, and discussed with us the current issues related to plagiarism, cyberbullying, online theft, copy issues, which is very much in our education field. Ma'am connected offline learning and online learning and elaborated the concept of blended learning. Ma'am very well explained how blended class will make difference in teaching learning activities. Ma'am also explained us about IPSIT, that is Indian Framework for Blended Learning. The session was still made more interactive by sharing with us the lesson plan format on how to make a blended learning session. At last, ma'am was formally given vote of thanks by our assistant professor Nitin Jain. Then moving ahead, in continuation, we had a short break and our session 2 of creative and interactive approach in teaching learning, which was taken by our resource person, Dr. Karuna Sinha, Associate Professor of Hansraj Jivandas College of Education and Research. Ma'am was formally introduced by Miss Rukmani Yadav, Assistant Professor of TSCER. Ma'am started session with on a very interactive note by using a peer tag app and requested everyone to join her classroom. Here she discussed various strategies like design thinking process, reflective process, how to make teaching a fun, 6 thinking hats plus 1, and how to apply in a practical way by giving us the example. Ma'am also shared with us how to use Peer Deck app, Jamboard, Padlet, Idea Board for making our session more lively and interactive and engaging our learners. Finally, vote of thanks was presented by Mrs. Rukmini Yadav, Assistant Professor. At last, we conclude that it is very important for teachers to learn innovative and interactive approach in education as now it is globally accepted by everyone. Finally, our TSCR family believes that today all the participants who is attending our session would have a lot of takeaway of learning and using different innovative strategies in teaching learning, and then they would actually practice it and make it more interactive. So always stay connected with us in future to come up with more interactive topics in future. Thank you, everyone. Yes, ma'am.
Take few feedbacks from the participants.
Ma'am, I'm just, after this, I'm continuing with it. Okay. So moving ahead now, I request the participants who are present with us for sharing their views on our today's session or whatever their valuable experience they have. Come ahead and please share with us. I'm waiting for the participants to please come out and share your valuable experience which today you have got in our webinar. Please come ahead.
Ma'am, Namrata here.
Yes, Namrata.
The experience of story writing.
Okay, the experience of
Though
story.
it was a short story writing, but I never wrote any story before.
Okay.
By only.
Okay, okay, fine. Thank you, Namrata.
Pal, ma'am, Anjali here. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Continue, Krupa.
Ma'am, it was lovely sessions. We got to learn about various links through which we can make new PPTs and we can keep our kids engaged. And we also learned how to engage the audience in a particular way, though it is online. And we learned very many new things by our respected dignitaries. Thanks a lot for the lovely session.
Thank you, Krupa, for that wonderful feedback. Yes, anybody else?
Yes, ma'am. Anjali here.
Yes, Anjali.
We really learned about how to interact with the student as we are a trainee teacher. So from these 3 sessions, we learned how to interact with the student and how to engage the student with us in our classroom. So it was really a very amazing session. All the 3 sessions was really amazing and knowledgeable. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Anjali.
Ma'am, I would like to go next.
Yes, please, ma'am.
First of all, heartiest thanks to Dr. Megha, ma'am. It was indeed a very informative and engaging sessions. I have been attending so many sessions from so many colleges, but this one was so well organized. I am just awestruck, not only with the content that is being shared, but with the way it has been shared, with the way it has been organized. It is truly remarkable, and there is a lot that I'm taking away today. So heartiest thanks to the entire team. I actually feel that, spending time today was worth it. Thank you everyone.
Thank you very much, ma'am. May I know your name, please?
Yeah, it's Jaya Chetwani.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. I can see many of you have put it in the chat box also. Informative session. Thanks for this platform. Good learning. Very well conducted this particular webinar. Appreciate for all your efforts. So thank you everyone for attending this session. And yes, please, ma'am.
It's a very interactive session. I learned a lot through this session about various apps which I can use in our future and make this learning theory in very interactive way. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Could I give my feedback if the time permits?
Yes, yes, definitely yes.
It was, for me, it was very nice. I got to learn a lot of things, starting from the first professor about her personal experiences with the kids. The second professor enlightened us on how to be cautious with different kinds of crimes that can happen on cyberbullying. And the third one was, of course, so broad-minded that she brought out a lot of creativity in me. So really, it was, there are no words. I was speechless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Again, I can see, yes, yes. Yes, Shreya.
Ma'am, we surely learned today a lot of things in different sessions. But what is actually not more important, but equally important was how to organize a webinar. The hard work we all, especially you all, ma'am, were putting since last few days. What happened today is what we will surely take back. But as a teacher, how to organize the duty we are allotted with, and also keeping a rapport with everyone else about their duties, is the learning we'll surely take back.
Thank you very much, Shreya. But here specifically, we are talking about our sessions, and we need related
ma'am. That was very
feedback
informative.
related to our session first.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Shreya. I can just see a lot of messages in the text box, so chat box. So thank you, and thank you for giving such appreciation, all of you. This motivates us to bring ahead a few more innovative topics in future.
Hello.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm Jitendra. I want to give the feedback for this session.
Yes.
Thanks to all professors, our principal ma'am, and all coordinators and council members to have such opportunity to attend this session. This session helps us to understand how to be creative and innovative, which helps to interact with the students. This innovation can be used in the higher education by including PBL, project-based learning. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Jitendra, sir. Thank you very much. Okay.
Ma'am.
Yes, Disha.
Ma'am, last time also we had this session and it was quite, that time it was new for us as it was first year student, and everything was looking so confusing because like we had not started the journey of teaching, but now when we have started the journey and we have done with so many lessons, now we understand it more deeply. And also like we always keep on talking that make student talk more, make it interactive, and now we can actually did it, and we got a lot of hands-on experience. So thank you so much for this session, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Anybody else who would like to come ahead? Okay, fine. So thank you for all the appreciation which you all give to our TSCER family. Hope will come with such more innovative sessions in the future. Now, I just want to give you all the details related to the certificate and feedback form. So link would be provided to all of you in the chat box. And also with that, first 100 participants will get the certificate today itself. So while filling the certificate, please take care of the name you want in the certificate and the college name, so that the same will appear in the certificate. So link we will post today right now in the chat box once I complete by this particular thing. After this, we will post the link, and also we will post the link in Telegram for those who have missed your taking that particular link. So that's all. Over to you, Anjali. Anjali, you are in mute.
Sorry, ma'am. And really thank you so much, ma'am, Payal ma'am. And so after knowing the brief details of the webinar, It's time to convey gratitude, and for this, I request our Assistant Professor, Mrs. Foram Patel ma'am, to present vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Anjali. Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all the others. Respected Principal Dr. Megha Gokhe Madam, our today's esteemed speakers, all the participants, and my colleagues. Good afternoon to all. I, on behalf of the entire team of Thakur Shyamnarayan College of Education and Research, consider it my privilege to extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all who contributed in making this webinar a big success. First of all, my sincere gratitude to our respected trustee, Sri Rakesh Singh ji, whose vision, interest and support always encourages us to do our best. Without his support, the webinar would not have been possible because he is the constant inspiration for all such activities of our college. My special thanks to our principal ma'am, Dr. Megha Gokhe, for her commitment, leadership, and encouragement provided to us for this webinar. I wish to extend my deep appreciation to all the dignitaries for accepting our invitation and sharing their knowledge and experience with all of us. Let me start with Professor Sangeeta Vanga, Madam. We are greatly encouraged by her gracious presence and immensely benefited by her inspiring address. A heartfelt thanks to Dr. Ashwini Karvande Madam for her delightful session. She gave hand-on experience on blended learning. It was such an informative presentation. A sincere gratitude to Dr. Karuna Sinha Madam for her enlightening session. Thank you, ma'am, for making us understand the various ways of innovative and interactive teaching techniques by engaging all of us throughout. I also want to thank the coordinators of this webinar, Dr. Anju Chaplet and Mrs. Payal Batavia, for their untiring efforts to make this seminar successful. A big thank you to all my colleagues for the support and dedication. A heartfelt thanks to all the participants for taking active part in the webinar and also for providing such valuable feedback. I hope this experience is fruitful for all of you. I would like to express appreciation for the invaluable logistical support provided by the non-teaching staff. An event like this will not happen overnight. The wheels start rolling way before. We have been fortunate to be backed with a team of our very motivated and dedicated student teachers. So how can I forget them? I thank each one of them for extending their willingness to undertake various responsibilities beyond their comfort zones for making this event a huge success. So thank you, Yash and Kinnari, for preparing beautiful videos, Krupa for providing a spacious experience by lighting of lamp and prayer, Jessica, Himangi, Hiral and Pradeep for timely photography, Kushbu, Priyanka, Disha and Chelsea for attendance work, Clement, Ashruti and Namrata for report writing, and last but not the least, our wonderful comparators, Shreya and Anjali. You all have done a wonderful job. Thank you, each one of you. Finally, we raise our hearts in gratitude and thank the Almighty for blessing us for the success of this event. Thank you, everyone, once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Forum ma'am. And thank you to all the participants for joining with us today. Memories needs to be preserved. And for this, I request all the participants to kindly switch on their cameras for the group photographs. Once done by photographs, please inform me.
Anjali, done.
Done now? Okay. Thank you so much. Goodbye does not mean the end. It just means that we will be back with another theme. With this thought of meeting again, the Thakur Shamnaran College of Education and Research webinar on innovative and interactive approaches in education, a global trend, comes to an end. So now I call upon Krupa Modi to conclude the webinar with the national anthem. And I kindly request you all to rise for the national anthem. Over to you, Krupa.
Thank you, Anjali. Everyone kindly rise up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
भारत माता की जय.
Jai. Once again, thank you so much, Krupa. Once again, thank you all the participants. And I request all the participants to kindly leave the meeting.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Thank you,
Thank
dear
you, Mega
all the
Another
team members and all the
Thank you,
teachers,
Mega
all the
Ma'am.
participants. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Have a great day, everyone. Thank you.
Bye. Bye.